Hello and welcome. Whether you're here with us for the first time tonight or you've settled in with Mr. Dantello before, I'm genuinely glad you're here. This is a space built for rest, for letting your mind drift into stories that linger just at the edge of comfort. So take a breath and let's spend some time together. Tonight, we're exploring ghosts and haunted places. Those stories where the boundary between past and present grows thin, where spaces hold on to what happened within them, and where we find ourselves caught between what was and what is. We have 5 stories for you tonight. Our first is called The Walls Remember Every Tenant Who Came Before, a tale about discovering that a home might be keeping track of everyone who's ever lived there. Then we move to I'm Living in the Gaps Between Someone Else's Days, which explores what it feels like when your life doesn't quite align with the life a space expects to hold. Third, there's The Guest Room Door Opens to a Different Year, a story about a room that seems to exist slightly outside of time. After that comes My Childhood Home Keeps Waiting for Me to Return, a piece about the pull of a place we've outgrown but can never quite leave behind. And finally, we'll settle into The Inherited Library Rearranges Itself While I Sleep, where an inheritance becomes something far stranger than expected. If you've enjoyed our channel, a like and a subscribe truly means the world. It helps more people find these stories when they're searching for a calm voice in the dark. Now, get yourself comfortable, adjust your pillow, dim the lights if you haven't already, and let yourself sink into that space between wakefulness and sleep. Before we begin, I'd love to know, where in the world are you listening from tonight? And what time is it where you are? Let's start with our first story. Story 1. The Walls Remember Every Tenant Who Came Before. The brownstone was built in 1887, which is the first thing the landlord told me, speaking it like a selling point. The second thing he told me was that the walls were original, thick sandstone hand-laid, which he seemed to think meant the place was somehow immune to the wear that had visibly taken everything else in the building. He was wrong about that, but I wouldn't understand how wrong until much later. I moved in on a Tuesday in late September. The light came through the front windows at a low angle that time of year, showing me dust I hadn't made yet, and I remember standing in the narrow parlor with my hands in my pockets, thinking about how sound moves differently in old buildings. Slower, the radiator in the corner ticked, not yet warm, and somewhere above me, footsteps crossed the ceiling. Just the neighbor, I assumed, but there was something about the way they moved that felt deliberate, like someone pacing a small room, measuring it. The 3 stories were compressed, each floor no more than 14 feet deep. The stairs were steep and uncarpeted, oak worn smooth by a century of footsteps, the treads cupped from weight distributed the same way over and over. I carried boxes up those stairs for hours, getting a feel for the rhythm of the building, the way it absorbed sound and held it. My apartment was the 2nd and 3rd floors. A bedroom and study on the 2nd level, a smaller bedroom on the 3rd that I decided not to use, bathroom wedged between them with plumbing that groaned when water moved through it. The walls were a pale yellow that might have been white once, or cream. It was hard to tell with old paint that had been covered and recovered so many times the texture was almost geological. I kept a journal. I still do. Not for any paranormal reason at first, it was a habit I'd picked up years ago, just documenting the small facts of existence. What I ate. Weather, dreams I wanted to remember. The names of people I'd met. Details that seemed worthless until later when you'd want to know exactly when something shifted. I wrote the first entry on my second night, sitting at the kitchen table with rain starting to sound against the windows. It was raining the way it rains in cities, against the tight press of other buildings, the sound echoing between narrow walls. 6:47 p.m. The building settles in the evening, pipes in the walls. Neighbor above moves furniture or paces, deliberate footsteps, regular rhythm. Radiator heat creates a sound like someone breathing. Have to get used to all of it. The silence in the spaces between sounds is different than in my old place. More watchful. That was my first note. It seems almost funny now, using a word like watchful without knowing why I'd chosen it. The master bedroom was at the front of the second floor. Windows overlooking the street where brownstones pressed against each other like teeth. The afternoon light turned everything golden. There was a large closet, deeper than should have been possible given how narrow the building was from the outside, and it still smelled like someone else's clothes. Faint, unplaceable, layered underneath the smell of old wood and dust. I was unpacking on the fourth day when I noticed the wallpaper. It was the kind of pattern that had been fashionable once, thin vertical stripes in cream and a color that might have been salmon or mauve, depending on the light. It covered 3 walls of the closet, but on the 4th wall, near the back corner, it was loose. Not torn exactly, peeling, as if something had pulled it back carefully, deliberately, and then not bothered to fix it. I wasn't planning to investigate. I was looking for a belt that had fallen behind a shelf. My hand brushed the wallpaper, and it came away in a sheet, surprising in its fragility, and then the plaster underneath was exposed, pale and older, and there was writing. The writing covered the entire back wall, dense, crowded, overlapping in places, as if many people had written on the same limited space over a long period of time. Names, only names, with dates written beside them in different handwriting, different inks, some faded to barely legible pencil marks. I stood there holding the peeled-back wallpaper. It had detached completely now, hanging from the upper corner like shed skin, and I read them. Margaret Cale, 1901, Thomas Hendricks, 1903, Elizabeth Mitchell, 1905-1907, James and Catherine Voss, 1908, Samuel Ward, 1911, Arthur Bishop, 1913, Harriet Snow, 1914-1919, Robert Kirkwood, 1920, Margaret Cale, 1923. The repetition caught me. Margaret Cale appeared twice, 22 years apart. I read through the rest, my eyes moving over the careful handwriting, the varying depths of the scratches. The list continued: William Cross, Helen Pierce, David Huang, Rachel Nora, Marcus Webb, Alex Hart. Alex Hart appeared twice, once in 1947, once in 1951. I didn't photograph it. I didn't call anyone. I just stood there in the closet of my rented apartment in a building I'd occupied for 4 days, holding old wallpaper, and felt the particular cold that comes from recognizing something you don't have a framework for. I smoothed the wallpaper back down as carefully as I could, but it wouldn't adhere. I left it, and I wrote in my journal that night, found names written on the closet wall in the bedroom. Old, the wallpaper was covering them, and the wallpaper itself is not new. Some names repeated across different years. No context, no explanation. Old tenants, presumably, the landlord never mentioned anything like this. Some of the dates go back to 1901. This building predates that by 14 years, so these aren't original marks. Someone has been keeping track. Tenant records? A game? The handwriting is careful. Deliberate, I read the entry back and almost deleted it. It felt like I was giving weight to something ordinary, turning a curiosity into a mystery by documenting it. But that was the point of the journal, to keep things as they actually were, not as I wanted them to be. That night, I heard footsteps in the wall beside my bed. Not in the ceiling, not from the neighbor upstairs. Directly in the wall itself, moving from the direction of the closet toward the corner of the room. The sound was distinct, a scratching, then a kind of soft percussion, like knuckles tapping from inside the plaster. It lasted perhaps 10 seconds. It was 2:17, and when I checked my phone. I lay there after the sound stopped, listening to the breathing of the radiator, the building settling into its own rhythm. The city outside was muffled by thick walls and old windows. Everything felt very far away. In the morning, I told myself it was rats. I'd grown up with old houses. Rats in the walls were normal. The sound made sense. It fit into the world I understood. But I moved my bed away from that wall anyway. Over the next 2 weeks, I traced the names. Margaret Cale had a death certificate filed in 1924, which I found through records that were slowly being digitized. She died of pneumonia, lived at an address in the 1920s that matched the postal code of my building, though the specific street address had changed in a city planning reorganization. Thomas Hendricks appeared in census records. Elizabeth Mitchell had married and become Elizabeth Mitchell Voss, lived in the house with James Voss for 4 years, then disappeared from all records. I couldn't find her after 1907. I didn't know what I was looking for. Some explanation. Some pattern that would make the writing on the wall something other than unsettling. Samuel Ward had owned property nearby. Arthur Bishop had worked as a surveyor. Harriet Snow was listed as a servant in one census, a landlady in another. Then the record stopped. I found a death notice for her in a newspaper digitized microfilm, 1923. She died of influenza. The notice mentioned the address. She'd lived here. All of them had lived here. Every name on that wall had been a tenant in this building at the time the dates indicated. The second repetition was harder to trace. Alex Hart was a common name. I found 3 Alex Harts in the city during the 1947-1951 period. One was a factory worker, moved away in 1950. One was a dock worker who died in 1952. The third was a violinist, born Alexander Hartfeld, professionally shortened to Alex Hart, who performed at small venues around the city, whose last recorded performance was in 1949, after which there were no further records. That one, I thought, that was the one who had lived here twice, or lived here and come back, or... I stopped following that line of thinking. It didn't lead anywhere rational. But I couldn't stop looking at the closet. Every time I went into the bedroom, I looked at the corner where I'd found the wall, where I'd smoothed the wallpaper back down, where it had begun to peel again almost immediately, as if the plaster beneath was rejecting it, pushing it away. I examined the house more carefully after that. Not obsessively, just thoroughly. The kind of attention I'd give to any new living space, really, learning its layout, its quirks, its character. The basement was reached by a narrow door in the kitchen, Steep wooden stairs that were even more worn than the ones on the main staircase. The basement ceiling was concrete, poured at some point during the middle of the 20th century, I guessed, covering what must have been an older stone foundation beneath. But at the far end, where the concrete had begun to crack in long fissures, I found scratches. Names, again, cut deliberately into the hardened surface. These were older than the ones in the closet, rougher, less careful, carved with something metal. Henry Marsh, 1924, Rosa DeLuca, 1927. The names were harder to read where the concrete had broken away, the edges of the letters softened by moisture and time. I photographed them this time, feeling suddenly that I needed evidence, documentation, something to prove I wasn't inventing this. The attic was accessed through a hatch in the ceiling of the smallest bedroom on the 3rd floor. The rafters were original wood, darker than the floorboards, aged until they were almost black in some places. The smell was different there, wood and dust and something else, something that might have been old insulation, or might have been just the accumulated years settling into the joists and the gaps between them. I was careful moving across the beams. The floorboards below were visible between the spaces, a long drop if the beam shifted. My flashlight beam cut across the dim space, illuminating corners that probably hadn't seen light in decades. The rafter closest to the hatch had writing on it. It was pencil, very faded tiny letters that I had to bring my face close to the wood to read. J.M. 1934, Helen P. 1936-1939, David 1945, Margaret 1951, another Margaret, different last initial. Or possibly Margaret Cale again, though that didn't match the timeline. She would have been quite old. My hands were shaking slightly as I climbed back down from the attic. I told myself it was the awkward position, the strain of reaching and balancing. That was probably true. But my hands were definitely shaking. That night, I was certain I heard footsteps on the 2nd floor, in the hallway outside my bedroom door. Not heavy footsteps, light, tentative, as if someone was moving carefully in the dark. I had locked my apartment door automatically, as I did every night. The sound moved past. I tracked it by listening. The way sound travels differently through carpet and wood. The subtle change in reverberation when the steps crossed from the hallway into the larger space of the parlor, and then stopped. The silence afterward was the thing I noticed most. Not the absence of sound, but the quality of the silence. Waiting attentive, I wrote in my journal, the building contains the traces of its occupants. Not unusual, all old buildings do. But the systematic nature is unusual. Names in the bedroom wall, names in the basement, names in the attic, all dating to the time they lived here according to public records, all carefully marked. A message? A record? Why would different people, separated by decades, mark their names in the same places? Unless the first person did, and the others simply found the names already there, and added their own, following an established pattern. The house instructs them. The house asks for their names. That's not rational. But it's the only explanation that accounts for the consistency of placement, the deliberate nature of the marks. I keep hearing sounds in the walls. Or I keep listening for sounds in the walls and finding them. It's probably rats. It's probably the building settling. I should call an exterminator. I should contact the landlord. But if I do, I have to explain what I found, and then I sound like someone who's seeing patterns that aren't there, reading significance into old names carved into walls, ascribing intentionality to a coincidence. If the sounds are just sounds, and the names are just evidence of past tenants, then I can live here without fear. If they're not, then I'm already part of a pattern I don't understand, in a place that remembers everyone who's ever stayed. And the fact that I've noticed, that I've looked, might mean I'm already expected, already documented. I reread that last paragraph. I sound paranoid, but I'm keeping accurate records. That's the job of this journal. Accuracy, not comfort. I didn't call an exterminator. I didn't contact the landlord. Instead, I began mapping the house. I drew a floor plan on graph paper, not accurate, just serviceable, and I marked every place I found a name: the closet wall, the basement concrete, the attic rafter. But there were more. I found scratches on the inside of the bedroom closet door, dates only, no names: 1919, 1933, 1942, 1963, 1977, 1989, 2001, 2006, a progression moving downward, the older dates toward the top, the newer dates lower, as if added incrementally as time passed. I found a name carved into the underside of a floorboard in the parlor. Visible only if you lay on your back and looked up. R.J. was here. 1934. I found pencil marks on the inside of the cabinet in the kitchen, names and dates in different hands, dated from 1941 to 1971. I found scratches on the bathroom tile that had been painted over and were visible only where the paint was chipped. Marcus, 1968, Elena, 1972. The house was a catalog, a careful, methodical record of everyone who had lived within its walls. The more I looked, the more I found. And the more I found, the more I understood that I was not the first person to notice. Others had seen the names. Others had recognized the pattern, and they had added their own names to it, contributing to a record that spanned more than a century. The question that kept me awake was why? Why would people want to leave their mark? Why not paint over it, deny it, refuse to participate? What was the compulsion that made each tenant, upon discovering the record, decide to add their own name to it? And more than that, how had the first person begun it? Who, in 1901, had decided to write their name on the plaster wall, hidden behind wallpaper, where no one would ever see it unless they found the secret, or unless someone else showed it to them? On my 5th week in the apartment, I was sitting at the kitchen table when I noticed the cup. It was a mug I'd used for tea that morning, placed on the counter beside the sink to dry. Simple ceramic, white with a faint band of blue around the rim. I had left it facing one direction. I was certain of this, certain in the way you're certain of small habits, the way the handle had been angled toward the window when I set it down. When I came back to the kitchen, it was rotated. The handle faced the opposite direction. It was the only change. Nothing else was disturbed. The mug sat in the exact spot I'd left it, except turned around. I picked it up and held it. It was cold, just old ceramic already cooled from its morning temperature. I turned it back the way I thought it had been. I wrote it down. Mug repositioned. 2:43 p.m. Rational explanations. I misremembered the original position. The building settling caused vibration. Someone else has access to my apartment door. No explanation for how. Irrational explanation. I am not alone here. Over the next few days, other small objects moved. A photograph on a shelf moved 3 inches to the left. A book I'd placed on a table transferred to a different table. Nothing missing. Nothing broken, just displaced. Moved as if someone was checking things, handling them, putting them back approximately in their original position, but not exactly. Never exactly. I began noting the movements in my journal with timestamps. I started checking placements obsessively, photographing small objects so I could prove to whom I didn't know that they had been moved. I was turning into someone I didn't recognize, someone paranoid and obsessive, and unable to leave a simple explanation alone. But the movements continued. And one night, almost 6 weeks after I moved in, I found something new on the closet wall. The wallpaper was still loose in the corner, still peeling away despite my attempts to press it back. I had taken to pressing it down regularly, almost absent-mindedly, the way someone might worry at a loose thread. The wallpaper had been there for decades, I assumed. The apartment building itself was old, 1950s, maybe earlier. The kind of place where previous tenants left their marks in layers, water stains on the ceiling, permanent indentations in the hardwood from furniture that hadn't moved in 20 years, the faint outline of a picture frame on the living room wall, where something had hung for so long the paint underneath had faded to a different shade. When I lifted the corner of the wallpaper to look at the wall beneath, I found marks. Not graffiti, not damage, just marks. Small, deliberate indentations on the drywall itself, as if something sharp had been pressed into it repeatedly. They were arranged in no pattern I could immediately recognize, scattered across maybe a 6-inch section of wall. Some were deeper than others. Some were so faint they were almost invisible, visible only when I tilted my head and caught them in a certain angle of lamplight. I stood there for a long time, crouched in front of the closet, studying them. The air in that small space felt different, colder maybe, or perhaps just still, the kind of stillness that comes from an enclosed space that hasn't been opened in a long time. I could smell the age of the place up close, that particular scent of old paper and dust and something else. Something organic that might have been mold or might have been nothing at all. I took a photograph with my phone, even though the camera couldn't quite capture what I was seeing. I pressed my fingertip against one of the marks. The edge was sharp. Recent, perhaps, or old enough that the wall had hardened around it. I couldn't tell the difference. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed and listened to the apartment. Really listened. The building had sounds. There was the refrigerator's periodic hum, the radiator clanking as heat moved through its pipes, an old, copper-heavy system that groaned and settled. The street noise from outside, cars, voices, the distant rumble of the train that ran 3 blocks east. These were the sounds of the building breathing, the sounds of a place lived in. Beneath them, though, there was something else, a quieter sound, a kind of rustling, perhaps, or creaking, the boards of an old house shifting, the way old houses do, or something else. I couldn't quite place it. By the time I had almost identified it, the sound would stop, and I'd be left in silence again, wondering if I'd imagined it, if my own attention had created it. I got up. It was 2 a.m. I went to the kitchen and made tea, not because I wanted it, but because I wanted to be doing something, holding something warm, having an excuse to be awake. I sat at the table where I'd first noticed the mug, and I reviewed my journal entries. 6 weeks of small displacements, a cup, a book, a photograph. Nothing that would convince anyone but me. Nothing that couldn't be explained away by a faulty memory, by the simple fact that humans are notoriously bad at remembering the exact position of objects we interact with daily. But underneath the entries, I had written other things. Observations, the temperature of rooms, the particular quality of silence in certain corners of the apartment, notes about the light at different times of day, the way dust moved or didn't move in certain windows. I had written, does the bedroom always feel this cold? Check other apartments for comparison. Also, the closet. Why does the closet feel like the air is different there? I reread this and felt something twist in my chest. A kind of shame. I was cataloging this place like a surveyor, like a person preparing an argument against it. The next morning, I did something I hadn't wanted to do. I knocked on Morgan's door, the neighbor to my left, a person I had seen twice in the hallway and nodded to politely both times. Morgan was perhaps 50, with gray hair pulled back and the kind of face that suggested quiet competence. An accountant maybe, or a librarian. "Hi," I said when Morgan opened the door. "I'm sorry to bother you, but I have a question about the building. How long have you lived here?" 14 years, Morgan said. "Why? Does your apartment ever feel cold in certain spots?" Morgan considered this. "No. Why? And you've never noticed anything strange? Objects moving, or the landlord is useless," Morgan said flatly. "If you need something fixed, good luck. But the building's fine. It's old, but it's fine. Are you having a problem?" I wasn't sure how to answer that. "No, just settling in, trying to get used to the place." Morgan nodded and closed the door. That night, I found another cup in the sink. Not the one from the first week. A different mug, one I hadn't used. It was filled with water, still fresh, still beaded with condensation on the outside. The water inside was so clean it was almost transparent. I hadn't put it there. I was certain of this in a way I had not been certain about the first mug. I had been awake. I had been in and out of the kitchen multiple times throughout the day. I would have noticed. I emptied it, slowly watching the water drain. It looked like tap water. It smelled like nothing. The mug was one I'd seen in the cabinet but had never used. A heavy ceramic thing, cream-colored, with no decoration except for a tiny maker's mark on the bottom that I couldn't quite read. I washed it carefully and placed it back in the cabinet, wondering if I should have left it where it was, if I should have photographed it, if I should have what? Documented it? To what end? Who would believe it? I thought about moving. The thought arrived suddenly, and with a kind of relief, here was the answer, the simple solution. Find another apartment. Leave this place behind. Stop noticing things. But I didn't move. Not that night anyway. Instead, I went back to the closet, the corner with the loose wallpaper. I took a flashlight and examined the marks on the wall more carefully. Now I thought I could see something in their arrangement. A pattern, maybe. Something that was almost like, no. I stopped looking. I pressed the wallpaper back down as carefully as I could, trying to make it adhere to the wall, knowing it would just come loose again, knowing that whatever was underneath would continue to be there, would continue to be marked. The wallpaper had been loose for years. Probably how many previous tenants had pressed it back down the same way I was doing. How many had seen what was underneath and decided not to look too closely. That week, more objects moved. A book I had placed spine out on the shelf, now spine in. A glass that had been in the sink, now clean and placed on the counter. A jar of coffee that I could have sworn I'd left on the counter, now on the highest shelf of the kitchen cabinet. These last things didn't feel like movements born of my faulty memory or building vibration. They felt like handling, like someone going through my things. I started locking my bedroom door, even though my apartment had no locks on any of the bedroom doors. I wedged a chair under the handle. I set small objects on the floor just inside, objects that would be displaced if someone entered while I slept. None of them were moved. The disturbances seemed to happen only when I was awake, or at least only when I could potentially remember them. This fact, this pattern, felt important, but I didn't want to examine it too closely. If the disturbances stopped happening when I was asleep, that could mean any number of rational things. Or it could mean something I wasn't prepared to think about. In the 7th week, I found the handprint. It was on the inside of the bedroom window, on the glass facing the room. A handprint, made from condensation or dust or something else, just visible enough to notice if you were standing in the right place. And I had been standing in that place, standing and looking out at the street below, when I saw it reflected in the corner of my vision. It was small, smaller than my own hand, smaller than an adult hand would be. I touched the glass around it immediately, checking if it was warm, if the condensation was fresh, if there was any possibility that it had been there for hours, maybe days, and I had simply not noticed. The glass was cool, not cold, not warm. The handprint itself was almost perfectly dry, just visible as a faint darkening of the glass, a slight dulling where the surface had been touched. I photographed it, my hands shaking slightly as I held the phone up. Then I leaned in closer, my face inches from the glass, trying to count the fingers, trying to see if all 5 were there, or if this was some trick of light and dust and my own desperate interpretation of random marks. There were 5 fingers. There was a palm. It was a hand. And it was pressing from inside the room, not outside. I stepped back from the window. I turned around slowly as if something might be standing behind me. The room was empty. The door was closed. The space under the bed held nothing but dust and the corner of a suitcase. I went to the hallway and looked at that window, the one in the living room, which faced the same direction, which should have shown me something of the fire escape outside, the brick wall of the building across the alley. The glass there was clear, no handprints, no marks at all. I came back to the bedroom and photographed the handprint again, and again from different angles. When I came back to look at the photographs later, they were barely visible, just a slight smudging that could have been anything, that could have been dust, that could have been nothing. But I had seen it. I knew I had seen it. That night, I called in sick to work. I told them I was developing a migraine, which was not entirely false. There was a tightness behind my eyes, a pressure that had been building for days. They told me to feel better soon and hung up. I sat in the apartment and I waited for something to happen. I didn't know what. I didn't know what I would do when it did. Nothing happened. The apartment was quiet. Ordinary, the light moved across the walls as the sun tracked across the sky. The refrigerator hummed. The radiator ticked and groaned. Everything was the same as it had been 100 times before. But the quality of the silence had changed. The apartment was listening now, too. I could feel it, the same way you can feel when someone is watching you even if you can't see them. That particular prickling sensation along the back of your neck, That ancient animal awareness that the space you occupy is not entirely yours alone. Around 3 in the afternoon, I heard the sound again, the rustling, creaking sound I had heard at night. But now, in daylight, it was louder. Bolder, it came from somewhere inside the walls, above the ceiling or below the floor or within the very plaster itself. It stopped when I stood up to investigate it. It started again when I sat back down. I realized then that this was the moment. This was when I should leave. This was when any rational person would pack a bag, contact the landlord, file a complaint, find somewhere else to live. This was when I should close the door on this place and walk away and never come back. But curiosity, or compulsion, or something else, some weight I didn't have a name for, kept me here. I wanted to know what was in the walls. And more than that, I wanted to understand why it was trying so hard to show me. The knocking started that night, not the creeping, indefinable sounds from before. This was deliberate. Rhythmic, a distinct knock, knock, knock that moved from room to room like something making its way through the apartment systematically, methodically, as if conducting a search. I was awake when it began, hadn't actually slept, just lay in bed with my eyes closed, listening to the ordinary sounds of the building settling. The pipes. The neighbor's muffled television through the wall. The distant hum of the city beyond my windows. I kept the bedroom door locked now, though I couldn't say why. It seemed important. It seemed necessary. The knocking came from the living room first. 3 distinct raps against the far wall, the one that faced the building next door. I got out of bed and opened the door, standing in the hallway threshold, listening, silence. Then, a moment later, it moved. 3 knocks against the kitchen wall. I followed the sound, my feet cold on the hardwood floor. The kitchen was dark except for the ambient light bleeding in from the street. I could see the faint outline of the cabinet doors, the edge of the countertop, the refrigerator standing like a sentry in the corner. The knocking came again, but when I pressed my ear to the wall, I felt only the flat coolness of plaster and paint. No vibration, no sense of anything on the other side at all. Then it moved again. 3 knocks. This time from inside the hallway closet. I opened the closet door. The light from the hallway spilled in, illuminating the narrow space and its contents, the winter coat I hadn't hung up yet, a few wire hangers, a stack of boxes pushed to the back. The air that came out was cool and faintly stale, as if it had been trapped there for a long time. The knocking came from behind the boxes, from the back wall of the closet. I knew in that moment with a certainty that bypassed all rational thought, that if I moved those boxes, if I looked at what was behind them, I would learn something I could not unlearn. The choice hung there in the darkness like an offered hand. I closed the door. I went back to bed and lay there until morning came, listening to the knocking move through the walls, living room, kitchen, hallway, bedroom, back again, a circuit of the apartment repeated over and over until the sky began to lighten and the sounds finally stopped. But they didn't stop for long. The next day I called my landlord. His name was Marcus, and he owned the building, had owned it for 17 years, he told me, managing it from an office somewhere in the lower part of the city. I reached him on his cell phone, trying to keep my voice steady as I explained that I was hearing sounds in the walls, that something seemed to be wrong with the structure, that I needed him to come look at it. Sounds in the walls, he repeated, and I could hear the frown in his voice. What kind of sounds? Knocking, rustling, like something moving through the plaster. Probably mice, he said without hesitation. Old building. You get mice, especially in winter. You need to call an exterminator. I can give you a number. It's not mice, I said. The knocking is too regular, too intentional. The pipes, then, he said. Old pipes make all kinds of noise. Settling sounds. The building's 130 years old. You get used to it. I wanted to tell him about the handprint, but something stopped me. Some instinct told me that if I spoke those words aloud to someone else, it would make them real in a way that would seal whatever was happening here. Lock me into a narrative I couldn't escape. When can you come look at it? I asked instead. There was a pause. I could hear him typing or scrolling, checking his schedule. Not until next week, earliest, he said. I'm booked solid, but like I said, it's probably just the pipes. Nothing to worry about. Call an exterminator if you want. He hung up before I could respond. That night, the knocking came earlier. Dusk had barely settled when it started. The three-knock pattern that had become almost familiar, and with it came another sound I had not heard before. A dragging sound, slow and deliberate, like something heavy being pulled across the floor inside the walls themselves. The dragging came from the bedroom. I stood in the doorway and listened to it move from the corner near the window, across the length of the room and toward the closet. It stopped. Then the knocking resumed, sharp and insistent, coming from inside the closet wall. I realized I was holding my breath. I went to the closet and opened it again. This time, I didn't hesitate. I moved the boxes away from the back wall, stacking them in the hallway. My hands were shaking, but the movements were quick and methodical. When the boxes were cleared, I could see the back wall clearly, bare, unremarkable, just the painted plaster of an old building, except for the marks. At first, I thought they were scratches, deep, parallel gouges in the paint that might have come from something being dragged or something clawing. But looking closer, I realized they formed something almost like writing, though the letters were too irregular, too desperate to make out. There were dozens of them, layered over each other, covering nearly a third of the wall. The knocking came again, 3 times, from behind the wall itself. I pressed my palms flat against the plaster. It was cool and smooth. Solid, there was nothing behind it but the space between the walls, the hollow darkness that ran through the building like veins through a body. "What do you want?" I whispered, and the sound of my own voice in that small space frightened me more than the knocking ever had. For a moment, only a moment, the sound stopped. Then I heard it. Not knocking this time, but something else. A voice, perhaps, or the echo of a voice, so faint and distorted that I couldn't make out words, couldn't even confirm that I'd actually heard it. It came from somewhere deep within the wall, traveling through the plaster and the spaces beyond, and underneath it, or maybe layered within it, was the sound of breathing, long and slow and patient. I pulled my hands away as if the wall had burned me. For 3 days I didn't leave the apartment. I didn't shower. I barely ate. I sat in the living room during the day, avoiding the bedroom, avoiding the closet, avoiding the specific geography of the apartment that had begun to feel less like rooms and more like the chambers of something that contained me rather than housed me. The sounds continued, but they had changed. The knocking was less frequent, as if the presence had grown tired of announcing itself. Instead, there was the sound of movement, slow, deliberate, the sound of something pacing, something tracing routes through the walls, something learning the layout of its territory. On the third night, I heard the sound of my front door being tested. The doorknob turned slowly, deliberately, as if someone was trying it carefully to see if it would open. Then it stopped. There was silence. Then I heard the sound of footsteps in the hallway outside, moving away, down toward the stairs. I realized I had never been certain that the footsteps were imaginary. The next morning, I packed a bag. Not much, just clothes and documents and the photographs I had taken of the handprint on the window. I left the apartment, and I didn't look back. I checked into a hotel 3 blocks away, and I called in quit from my job, leaving a message on my supervisor's voicemail saying only that I would not be returning. I have been in the hotel for 5 days now. The room faces the street. The windows have a view of the alley. And in that alley, if I press my face close to the glass and look up, I can see the brick wall of my building. I can see the windows of my apartment. Last night, I thought I saw a figure standing in one of those windows, standing very still looking out. But when I looked again, there was nothing there. Just the reflection of my own room in the glass, my own bed, my own things. I've been thinking about going back. I've been thinking about how, if I do go back, I should move the furniture, expose the walls, try to find the source of the knocking. But I've also been thinking about what I might find if I did. The landlord hasn't returned my calls about breaking the lease. I don't think I'm going to call him again. Hashtag, the walls remember every tenant who came before. Part 4, 2 months passed before I stopped seeing the apartment in my peripheral vision. Not the actual building. I had long since stopped pressing my face against the hotel window, but the shape of it, the particular geometry of those windows, the brick the color of old blood. It appeared in reflections, in the corner of mirrors, in the space between buildings when I walked down certain streets. My eye would catch on something, some configuration of vertical lines and shadow. And for a moment, I would be back there, standing in that bedroom, my palm against cold plaster, waiting for something to respond. The hotel staff began to know me by name. I had moved from the temporary room to a semi-permanent arrangement month to month, with a small kitchenette and a window that overlooked not the building, but the park across the street, which was better. Safer, the trees blocked the sight line. I made sure of it. My therapist, whom I had finally called in week 6 of the hotel stay, suggested that what I had experienced was a combination of stress-induced hypervigilance and the normal creaks and sounds of an old building that my anxious mind had begun to interpret as intentional. She said this in the gentle tone people use when they're speaking to someone they think might shatter. She recommended sleep aids. She recommended that I return to the apartment, that I walk through it in daylight, that I demonstrate to my own nervous system that it was safe. I did not return to the apartment. Instead, I began the process of having my belongings shipped out. I hired a service that specialized in apartment cleanouts, and I gave them a key. New tenants, I told the landlord, who had finally begun returning my calls, and I did not go with them. I stayed in the hotel room while they gathered my things, while they boxed up the books and clothes and furniture I had accumulated there, while they wrapped the dishes and the photographs and the few objects I had bothered to make mine. The service sent me a final invoice and a photograph of the empty apartment. Bare wooden floors, pale rectangles where my furniture had been, the radiator in the corner, the window with the view of the alley. The handprint was no longer visible on the glass. When the boxes arrived, I did not unpack them. I'm not paying attention to my own breath when the wind blows in a certain way and carries with it the particular smell of old brick and plaster dust. Last week, I saw an advertisement for the apartment. New tenants wanted, the listing said. Beautifully renovated, original hardwood floors in a classic pre-war building. Very reasonable rent for the neighborhood. I did not click on it. I did not read the details. But I saw the photograph, the living room, the bedroom beyond it, the window with the view of the alley. The walls had been painted a pale neutral color. The floors had been refinished. Someone had taken the space and tried to make it new, tried to erase what came before. I wondered how long they would last. I wondered if they would hear it on the first night or if it would take a week, if they would try to find the source of the sound or if they would simply endure it as I had endured it, until they understood that some things cannot be located, cannot be fixed, cannot be rid of through any act of will or understanding or reason. I thought about calling them, the new tenants, whoever they are, and telling them what to expect. I thought about warning them. But what would I say? That the walls remember every person who has lived inside them? That they are not empty? That they will never be empty? That the presence is not malevolent, but it is there, and it is patient, and it is learning the rhythms of their lives the way it learned mine? They would think I was mad. So I didn't call. I simply exist in my new apartment with its thin walls and its electronic hums, and I listen to my neighbor's television, and I am grateful that the sounds are intentional, that they belong to people living their lives, that they are not the sound of something breathing in the darkness, moving through the spaces between things, waiting for the night when someone will finally press their palm against the wall and whisper a question into the plaster, waiting for someone to listen, waiting for someone to answer back. I no longer press my hand against walls when I'm alone. I no longer stand in small spaces and hold my breath and wonder if something is listening. But sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, I hear it anyway. Not the knocking, not the breathing, but something softer. Something almost like a voice, so faint that I cannot be certain it's there. It could be the building settling. It could be my upstairs neighbor. It could be the wind against the windows or the water moving through the pipes or any of 1,000 rational explanations. But I know it's not. And that knowledge, small and heavy and patient, settles in the space between my own thoughts and waits with me in the darkness, year after year, as certain and as permanent as memory, as the bones of the city itself, as the slow, inevitable accumulation of everyone who came before and everyone who comes after, all of us living in the walls, all of us listening, all of us too frightened to turn away. Story 2. I'm living in the gaps between someone else's days. Hashtag Part 1. The opening the radiator beneath the window was off. I'd made sure of that before leaving for my shift, turned the dial all the way to the left, heard the settled click of the valve closing. The house settled into quiet, the way it always did once I stepped out the door at 9 in the evening. But at 6 in the morning, when I returned, the bedroom was warm. not the gentle warmth of a room catching the early sun. The windows faced north. The curtains were still drawn, that heavy floral print that came with the house, faded roses and green leaves bleeding into one another where the fabric had been exposed to decades of light. The warmth was ambient, held in the air itself, the kind of warmth that made you aware of your own skin the moment you entered. I'd rented the place 3 months ago, a Victorian on a street that curved like a spine, all the houses leaning slightly toward the center as though they were listening to something in the ground beneath them. The landlord, a woman named Andrea who wore reading glasses on a chain, had warned me about the heating. Temperamental, she'd said. The pipes are original. You'll learn its personality. She'd smiled in a way that suggested she was being deliberately vague. She had that quality some people do, information withheld not out of rudeness, but out of a sense that certain things were better learned through experience. The house was Victorian enough to have details. Original hardwood on the second floor, laid down in the 1890s according to a receipt Andrea had shown me, framed in her office downstairs. Plaster crown molding that had been painted over so many times it had become smooth and generic. Wallpaper that was genuinely old in this bedroom, not reproduced, but original. A pattern of small gray diamonds on a cream background, water stained in the corners where the roof had once leaked. The water damage was old, too. It had that faded quality of something that had been soaking in slowly for years, then finally stopped. The wall underneath was probably still damp in a way you couldn't see. The wardrobe in the corner was the piece that made the room feel inhabited before I moved in. A massive piece of furniture, oak or something close to it, with a door that hung slightly heavy on its hinges. The handle was brass, worn smooth by hands. Inside it smelled like decades of air held in a closed space. That particular smell of wood and dust and the ghost of whatever clothes had hung there long enough to stain the wood with their fibers. I'd left it empty except for my winter coat and a few items I didn't have closet space for. It felt presumptuous to fill it, even though I was paying rent. My job as a night dispatcher meant the house had developed a rhythm that was entirely mine. The rest of the city was on a normal schedule, and I existed in the gaps. I'd sleep until 3 or 4 in the afternoon, wake into the gray afternoon light, eat something, shower, and leave by 8:30 to be at the station by 9. Then 8 hours of routing calls, managing traffic patterns, listening to voices that were sometimes panicked and sometimes just tired. It was detail work. It required the kind of attention that, after a while, became meditative. The room had become familiar in a way that small spaces do when you're alone in them for hours at a time. I knew which floorboards creaked. I knew which corner of the mattress had a depression that was deeper than it should be, worn from someone's preferred sleeping position. I knew that the light from the street lamp outside filtered through the old glass in a way that created a subtle amber glow across the far wall, enough to see by if you didn't need much. But I didn't know it was warm in the mornings. The first time I noticed it, I'd assumed I'd left the radiator on. I checked the knob, and it was off. Actually off. You could feel the resistance when you tried to turn it further. So I'd opened the window, let the cold October air in, and left it open while I showered and got ready for sleep. By the time I came back to close it, the room was already reclaiming the warmth. The outside air was crisp and clear, 45 degrees maybe, But the moment you closed the window, the room felt like it was holding something. I'd meant to mention it to Andrea. I'd even drafted the email in my head. The radiator on the second floor seems to have a mind of its own. But then the next few mornings were cold, and I thought maybe I'd imagined the warmth, or maybe it had been something temporary, a quirk of the house settling into the season. It wasn't until 2 weeks later that I stopped thinking of it as a coincidence. I hung my jacket on the hook by the door, the same hook where I always hung it, and I felt that warmth again. The room held it, pressed it against my skin. I was tired. I was always tired when I came home from the shift, but I'd developed a routine by then. Shower, sleep, wake, coffee, the hours stretching out before the evening. Right now, the shower was what I wanted most. The dispatcher station had that quality of being neither inside nor quite outside, temperature-wise. Too warm near the radio equipment, too cool near the windows. By the time I clocked out, I always felt like I needed to rinse off something that wasn't quite dirt. The radiator was off. I checked it carefully this time, made sure the valve was closed, then opened the window again. The cool air came in and immediately began to lose its edge. It was like watching something being absorbed. That was when I noticed the chair. I had a chair in the room, a desk chair actually, wooden with a rolled back, the kind you might find in an office from the 1970s. I'd inherited it with the room like the wardrobe. It had been turned around. Not dramatically turned, just rotated so that it faced the wall instead of facing the window where it usually sat. The rotation was precise. The chair wasn't at an angle. It was directly perpendicular to the wall, its seat facing the gray diamonds of the wallpaper. I stared at it for a moment. Then I looked around the rest of the room, as though the furniture might offer some explanation. The bed was untouched. I'd made it before I left, out of a habit that had survived my move out of my parents' house. The wardrobe door was closed. The window was still open, that cold air flowing in and being absorbed. I'd left the window open when I went to bed that afternoon. The landlord had mentioned something about needing good ventilation, and I'd opened it habitually, the way you might leave a light on in a room you're about to stay in for a while. But I hadn't left the chair turned. I turned it back around to face the window. It moved easily, with just the faintest whisper of wood on wood. The window was still open. The air was still being absorbed. I closed it, and the warmth returned immediately, pressing in from somewhere it shouldn't have been coming from. The shower was long. I let the hot water run until it began to feel less like washing and more like a kind of meditation. My mind slowly unpacking the day. Calls about traffic incidents, a concern check on someone's elderly mother, the dispatcher 2 seats over having a conversation about her daughter's soccer league. These things accumulated in the mind like sediment. The hot water helped clear them. By the time I got into bed, the room was cool again, but not cold. That threshold of comfortable temperature had been crossed. The room was holding something that felt like warmth, even though objectively it was cool. I pulled the blanket up and let myself dissolve into the mattress, into that familiar depression that shouldn't have been as deep as it was. In the morning, I told myself I'd moved the chair. I must have. Maybe in my tiredness I'd sat down to take off my shoes or something, and the chair had gotten turned around in the process. The mind was good at reconstructing the past to make sense of the present. It did that automatically. But I hadn't sat in that chair. I was certain of that. I didn't sit in that chair. I sat on the edge of the bed. There was no reason for me to move that chair. The next morning came cold and clear. The radiator was off. The room was normal temperature. The chair faced the window. I dressed and went through the motions of the day. Coffee and breakfast, the long stretch of afternoon hours, the slow build toward evening, and by the time evening came around, I'd nearly stopped thinking about it. It was on the third occurrence that I started to pay attention in a different way. This time, the chair wasn't the only thing. I'd left 3 books stacked on the nightstand in a normal way, spines facing out, covers on top and bottom, pages facing right. When I came home, they were stacked spine down, the pages facing up like a book someone had read quickly and carelessly left open. The stack was neat, though, not haphazard. Someone had placed them that way deliberately, had taken the time to balance them, spine to spine, with the open pages facing up. The radiator was off. The room was warm. The chair had been turned again. I didn't turn the chair back this time. I left it facing the wall. I restacked the books the normal way, spines out, and then I showered and got into bed with a feeling that was not quite fear, but something adjacent to it. A kind of alertness. An attention paid to the room that I hadn't paid before. The house around me settled into its nighttime sounds, the pipes clicking somewhere in the walls, the settled groan of old wood cooling as the night got deeper. These were normal sounds. A house this old was supposed to make sounds. But I lay there and listened anyway, my mind cataloging them, organizing them, trying to determine if any of them seemed out of place. Nothing did. But the room felt different when I was awake in it at night. It felt less like a space I occupied and more like a space that was occupied, and I was simply borrowing it. By morning, the books were spined down again. The chair was turned, and the radiator was off, though the room was warm enough that I could see my breath slowly become visible in the cold air from the window I'd opened the night before. I kept the window open this time. I'd left it open all day. But the warmth came back anyway, carrying itself in from somewhere I couldn't locate. It was as though the room had learned to generate its own temperature, independent of the radiator or the outside air or anything I could control. This was when I decided to pay closer attention. Not obsessively. I wasn't the kind of person who became obsessive about things, but with intention. I began to note things, small things, the position of objects when I left and when I returned, the temperature of the room at different times, the quality of the air itself, which seemed to shift depending on what time I checked it. The objects moved on a pattern, I thought. There was a logic to it. The books were rearranged every time I came home from the night shift. The chair turned to face the wall, and then sometimes the chair would be back to normal, and then it would be turned again. The wardrobe door, which I kept closed, began to stand slightly ajar. Not dramatically, just enough that you could see the darkness inside, that smell of hell time breathing out a little. I started to think of it as something that happened while I was gone, an absence of me that created a space for something else. The night shift was 8 hours plus commute time. 9 hours, maybe, if you counted the buffer I gave myself. 9 hours when the room was just a room, when there was no one in it to witness whatever was unfolding. It should have frightened me. It should have made me want to move. to call Andrea, to insist that something wasn't right. But there was something almost careful about it. The objects that moved were moved deliberately, with consideration. Nothing was broken. Nothing was stolen. It was as though someone was being thoughtful about their displacement of my things. On the fourth morning, I found something new. I'd been expecting something new. There was a progression to this. I could feel it building toward something. Not toward danger, necessarily, but toward revelation. Toward a moment when the hidden thing would stop being hidden and would instead simply be present. What I found was on the wall. The section of old wallpaper behind the wardrobe, the part that was usually hidden, had come slightly unstuck at the corner. The plaster beneath was visible, pale, and water-stained. But in pencil, on the back of that peeling wallpaper, someone had written something. I had to kneel to read it, my eyes close to the faded pattern. The pencil marks were old. They'd been made by a graphite pencil that had been carefully applied, the letters neat and deliberate. They were arranged in columns, like a list or a schedule. 6:00, rise and dress. 6:30, breakfast. 7:00, walk the room. 8:00, rest. 10:00, sit. 12:00, lunch. 2:00, read. 4:00, walk. 6:00, prepare. 7:00, evening. 9:00, sleep. The handwriting was precise. Patient, the kind of handwriting that came from someone who had learned penmanship as a discipline and had never unlearned it. The pencil marks were faded, but not erased. They'd been left there deliberately on the back of the wallpaper, in the place where no one would normally look unless they were moving the furniture and paying attention to the exposed plaster underneath. I knelt there for a long time, reading it again, as if the words might change or reveal something new with each reading. A schedule, someone's daily schedule, written out in careful pencil on the back of old wallpaper. The times were regular. The activities were simple. Rise, dress, breakfast, walk, rest, sit, lunch, read, walk again, prepare, evening, sleep. The repetition of it, the same sequence of activities every day, suggested something. Someone marking time in this room, dividing their hours into manageable pieces, things to do, things to be, a structure imposed on the day because structure was necessary, or because that was how it had always been done. I pulled my phone out and took a picture of it, though I wasn't sure what I would do with the picture. Evidence of what? Of someone living in the walls? Of something less literal but more persistent? The flash from my phone seemed too bright in the morning dimness of the room. It washed the schedule in white light for a moment, erasing the careful pencil marks, and then they came back into visibility as my eyes adjusted. The radiator was off. The room was warm. And outside the window, the morning was proceeding normally, indifferent to what I'd found, to what was becoming clear. Someone had lived here. Someone had made this schedule. And someone, I understood now, was still maintaining it. The warmth in the room took on a different quality once I understood this. It wasn't strange anymore. It was familiar, almost domestic. Like the warmth of a presence you'd become accustomed to, the way a room changes when another person is in it with you, when the temperature of the space becomes about two bodies instead of one. I closed the wardrobe door carefully, hiding the wallpaper again, the schedule, the evidence of someone else's ordered days. And then I got up and went about my own morning, moving through the room with a new awareness of the space I was moving through. I wasn't alone in it. I'd stopped being alone in it the moment I moved in. The question was no longer whether someone else was here. The question was who they'd been, and what they wanted, and why they were organizing their time in the margins of my absence. The coffee was made when I came downstairs. I stood in the kitchen doorway for a long moment, staring at the pot. It was still warm, not hot, but warm enough that steam rose faintly from the spout when I tilted it. The mug beside it was clean, placed upside down on the drying rack the way I always left them. The grounds in the filter were damp and dark and recent. I hadn't made coffee. I was certain of this. I'd come down to make it following the small rituals of the morning, and the pot was already here. Waiting, there were explanations. I'd made it before coming upstairs and forgotten, though I rarely forgot such things, and my morning mind was usually clear about what I had and hadn't done. A timer I'd set days ago and forgotten about, except I didn't own a coffee maker with a timer. The previous owner could have left the machine in a state where it might somehow still function, might somehow still brew, but that was absurd. Appliances didn't do that. I poured a cup and drank it standing up, leaning against the counter. It was good coffee, made the way I made it. That was the part that bothered me most. Not that it had been made, but that it had been made correctly. That night, I sat in the living room with the lights on and a book I wasn't reading. I kept the book open in my lap to maintain the pretense that I had a purpose for being there, that I wasn't simply waiting. Listening, the house settled around me with the usual sounds, the soft creaks of wood contracting in the cooling evening, the whisper of wind in the eaves, the distant hum of the refrigerator. Nothing unusual, nothing that would stand out in any old house. And yet I'd become aware that I was listening for something specific now, something that had nothing to do with the house itself. The sound came around 11. A footstep in the hallway upstairs, deliberate and clear, moving from one end of the corridor to the other. A single footstep, as if someone had shifted their weight from one foot to the other. Just that. Just enough to be audible through the floor. I sat very still. I didn't move. I didn't turn off the book. I let the moment pass, waited to see if it would repeat, and when it didn't, I eventually stood and went to bed. The schedule appeared again the next morning. I found it in the kitchen, written on a small piece of paper that I was almost certain hadn't been there when I came downstairs. It was tucked beneath the edge of a plate on the counter, visible only if you happened to look at that particular spot. The same handwriting, careful, pencil, feminine curves, and precise spacing. And it was today's schedule. 7 a.m., rise 7:30 a.m., dress 8 a.m., breakfast 9 a.m., walk 12 p.m., rest 1 p.m., sit, read 4 p.m., prepare 5 p.m., evening 9 p.m. Sleep, I looked at my phone. It was 7:47 a.m. According to the schedule, the time for dressing had just ended. Soon it would be time for breakfast. I'd had a coffee that I hadn't made. I'd risen at 6:45, which was close enough to Dantello for someone keeping approximate time. I had dressed absent-mindedly between then and now. Everything aligned, everything fit. I tore the paper into small pieces and threw it away. Then I stood at the sink and made myself breakfast at a time that had nothing to do with what the paper said. Cereal and toast at 7:47 a.m., deliberately chaotic, deliberately wrong. But I kept glancing at the clock. That afternoon I found the bed made. I had left it rumpled that morning, sheets twisted, pillows in disarray. The way people leave beds when they've slept in them and gotten up quickly. When I went upstairs around 2 o'clock, later than the schedule would have suggested, deliberately so, the bed was perfectly made. Smooth hospital corners, the pillows arranged, with an exactness that suggested deliberation. I stood in the doorway to the bedroom and felt something shift in my chest. This was different. This wasn't something I could have done without remembering. This was something someone had done in my absence. I unmade the bed. I threw the pillows to the floor. I dragged the sheets into a heap. It took perhaps 3 minutes, and it felt like an act of violence against the room. When I came back upstairs at 6 o'clock, the bed was made again. This time I sat on it and didn't unmake it. I sat on the smooth spread and felt the temperature of the room shift subtly around me, and I understood that I had crossed some kind of threshold, that I had moved from discovering something unusual into participating in it, that by remaking the bed, by leaving it deliberately untidy, by watching to see what would happen, I had changed the nature of the thing happening in this house. We were communicating now. The footsteps came more frequently after that. Every night around 11, sometimes twice. Always single steps, always in the hallway, never approaching the room where I slept. Sometimes I heard what might have been movement in the wardrobe, a shift of hangers, the whisper of cloth against cloth. Once I heard the sound of a door opening very slowly, hinges creaking with the patience of something that had learned to move without sudden sound. I didn't leave the house. I called in sick to work on the second day, and on the third day I simply didn't call. I told myself I was documenting everything, taking notes on the schedule that appeared each morning, comparing it to my own movements, trying to understand the pattern, but mostly I was waiting to see what would escalate, what would happen next, what the presence in the walls would do if I stayed still long enough, observed long enough, made it clear through my attention that I knew it was there. The schedule changed on the 5th day. It now included an additional activity. Between 12 p.m. and 1 p.m., beneath the rest that had always been there, someone had added in a careful pencil line. Wait, I stared at this addition for a long time. The handwriting was exactly the same. The revision had been made with the same precision, the same measured understanding of spacing and order. But this was new. This was something that hadn't been there before. This was something directed at me. Wait, the schedule said. Wait for what? I didn't ask, because I already knew. Wait for the afternoon. Wait for the evening. Wait for tomorrow. Wait for the next time the footsteps came. For the next time the wardrobe shifted. For the next moment when the boundary between the life I was living and the life that was being lived in the margins of my days grew a little thinner. Wait, because she was waiting too. And something told me with absolute certainty that she had been waiting much longer than I had. The waiting changed me in ways I didn't anticipate. On the 6th day, I stopped showering. Not out of neglect. I was acutely aware of everything I did or didn't do, but because I had begun to notice that the presence seemed more active after I bathed. The steam, perhaps. The vulnerability of wet skin and closed eyes. I had caught myself standing motionless in the shower, soap running cold down my sides, listening so intently for sounds beyond the bathroom door that my muscles had begun to ache. Instead, I washed my hands and face at the kitchen sink. I changed my clothes less frequently. I moved through the house in the same routes, at roughly the same times each day, trying to establish a rhythm that wouldn't provoke whatever lived here into further elaboration of its schedule. The irony was not lost on me. I was adapting myself to accommodate another person's timetable in a house where I alone was supposed to exist. By the 8th day, I had begun to see the gaps more clearly. Not literally, I mean that I had started to understand the architecture of the absences. The spaces where she, and I was certain now it was she, though I couldn't articulate why, existed in the moments when I was not looking directly at them. The wardrobe was one such place, the space beneath the staircase, the corner of the hallway where the light from the front windows seemed to bend strangely, falling at angles that didn't match the sun's actual position. The schedule on the kitchen table had evolved again. Now it included times when I should not be in certain rooms. 10:00 a.m. kitchen, do not enter. And on another line, 3:00 p.m. upstairs hallway, do not enter. The handwriting had become slightly less controlled. The letters were still precise, but there was a faint tremor to them now, as if the hand writing them was moving faster, or perhaps, and this thought made something cold bloom behind my ribs, as if the urgency of what needed to be said had begun to overcome the care taken in the saying. I obeyed the schedule. On the morning I saw the 10:00 a.m. instruction, I went to the front room and sat facing the window. The curtains were drawn. I didn't open them. I sat in the half-dark and I listened, and at exactly 10:00 a.m. I heard the kitchen door close. Then I heard what sounded like a chair being pulled out from the table. The sound of something, a mug, perhaps, or a bowl, being set down on wood with deliberate care. I heard the small, precise sounds of a meal being consumed. 12 minutes later, the chair was pushed back in. The door closed. The kitchen was silent again. I didn't go to check. I didn't need to. I already knew what I would find. Nothing out of place, nothing disturbed, the table exactly as I had left it that morning, except, perhaps, for the faintest impression on the chair where someone had sat. The barely perceptible warmth of a space still being released into the air. The 3:00 p.m. restriction became more difficult to observe. That afternoon, I found myself compulsively drawn toward the hallway, toward the corner where the light bent wrong. I made it as far as the stairs, my hand on the banister, before I forced myself to turn back. My heart was racing. My throat felt tight. The closer I had gotten to the restricted area, the more certain I had become that something was waiting there. Not in a dangerous way, I still couldn't quite articulate that the presence felt malevolent, but with an intensity of attention that was almost unbearable to stand in. By the 11th day, I had stopped eating regularly. I would prepare food, cereal, bread, cheese, but I would often forget to consume it. It wasn't loss of appetite. It was that the act of eating felt like an intrusion into a space that had been allocated to something else. Even the meals I took outside the restricted hours felt like I was eating in defiance of some unspoken rule. So instead, I would make coffee. I would hold the mug and let the warmth seep into my palms, and I would move through the house like a ghost haunting my own residence. The bed made itself every morning without fail. But now, in the evenings, I would find small adjustments to other things. A book moved slightly on the shelf. A chair in the front room angled differently toward the window. The picture frames on the mantel, and there were 6 of them, though I had never consciously noticed them before, turned face down, one by one in sequence. I turned them back. The next morning they were face down again, but this time one of them had been deliberately separated from the others. It sat alone on the mantel's edge, tilted at an angle, as if positioned to be noticed. I picked it up. The glass was cool against my palm. I turned it over. The photograph beneath the glass was old. The colors faded to a peculiar sepia tone that suggested someone's careful attempt to age it artificially. It showed a room. This room, I realized. The front room of the house, but decades ago. The furniture was different. The wallpaper was different. But the window was in the same place. And the mantel was in the same place. And there was a figure in the photograph. It was standing in the corner. The same corner where the light bent wrong. The figure was indistinct, more shadow than shape. But there was no question that something was there. Something that had stood still long enough for the camera's shutter to catch its outline. I set the frame down very carefully. That night the footsteps began at 9:47 p.m., 13 minutes earlier than they had ever come before. But they were different. These were not the measured single steps of before. These were rapid, almost frantic, back and forth through the hallway, multiple trips. The sound of something or someone moving with purpose, with agitation, with the kind of urgency that suggested a deadline was approaching. At 10:15 p.m., the footsteps stopped. The silence that followed was not peaceful. It was the silence of breath being held, the silence of waiting, the silence of something poised on the edge of a decision. I sat in my bed with every light in the room on, and I waited too. At 10:43 p.m., my bedroom door opened. It didn't creak. It didn't make any sound at all. I simply became aware, with the kind of certainty that exists outside of sensory confirmation, that it was no longer closed. The air in the room shifted. The temperature dropped enough that I could see my breath beginning to mist in the lamplight. The presence didn't enter fully. It remained in the doorway, and I remained in the bed, and we regarded each other across a distance that felt simultaneously intimate and impossible to cross. I don't know how long we stayed like that. Time seemed to have become negotiable, a thing that could stretch and contract according to whatever rules now governed this place. When the door closed again, silently, inevitably, I noticed that the schedule on the kitchen table had changed once more. The pencil strokes were almost illegible now, pressed hard enough into the paper that they had nearly torn through. But I could read them, please wait, and underneath, in letters so small I had to lean close to see them, I need someone to wait. I didn't sleep that night. I didn't leave the house either. Instead, I sat at the kitchen table across from the chair where she had eaten her meal at 10 in the morning, and I waited, because it seemed that this was the only thing I could offer her. And somewhere in the walls, in the wardrobe, in the corner where the light bent wrong, I felt her waiting too. Waiting to see if I would stay. Waiting to see if I would finally understand. Waiting for the moment when the gap between her days and mine would close entirely. Part 4, the gaps between the morning, came with the kind of banality that made the previous night feel like something I had invented. Sunlight fell across the kitchen table in neat geometric rectangles. Birds sang outside. The house settled into its daytime silence, with all the innocence of a place where nothing had ever been wrong. I was still sitting in the chair across from hers. My coffee had gone cold hours ago. My neck ached. My eyes felt gritty and too wide, the kind of exhaustion that comes not from lack of sleep, but from the specific terror of being afraid to sleep. I had watched the shadows retreat as dawn arrived. had felt the presence in the walls withdraw like a tide receding from the shore. By 6 in the morning, the house felt almost ordinary again, almost like a place where people simply lived and did not wait. I looked at the schedule on the table. In the harsh morning light, the pencil markings looked different, older, as if they had been written months or years ago rather than within the past few hours. The desperation in the strokes seemed to fade the more carefully I examined them, until I could almost convince myself that I had misread them in the darkness, that "please wait" had perhaps said something else entirely, that "I need someone to wait" was nothing more than my own exhaustion finding meaning in random graphite. I told myself this. I was not entirely successful in believing it. Over the next week, things did return to something resembling routine. The footsteps came at 9:34 p.m., as they had before. They moved with their usual measured pace, single steps, deliberate, the sound of someone walking a path they had walked 10,000 times. The bedroom door remained closed. The kitchen remained empty except for me. The corner where the light bent wrong held nothing but shadow and dust. I began to wonder if I had imagined it. The knock on my mind's door, persistent and reasonable. Perhaps you are simply tired. Perhaps this house, in its particular silence and its accumulated history, has made you susceptible to suggestion. Perhaps a photograph proves nothing except that someone stood still. It's a seductive thought, and I almost believed it. But on the 9th day, I found a cup in the cabinet that I had never seen before. It was small, bone china, with a pattern of faded flowers around its rim. The colors had bleached to almost nothing, just suggestions of blue and yellow and a pink so pale it was almost translucent. It was the kind of cup that exists in homes like this one, objects that accumulate over decades. That belonged to no one and everyone. I pulled it from behind the row of daily dishes and turned it over in my hands. The bottom was marked with a maker's stamp from 1967. I did not put it back in the cabinet. Instead, I washed it carefully and set it beside my own cup on the kitchen counter. I didn't fill it. I simply left it there, empty, waiting. A small gesture that was almost absurd in its scale, a single cup against the weight of whatever occupied the gaps between her days and mine. But it felt necessary. It felt like the minimum possible acknowledgement that something real had occurred, that I was not entirely alone in this house, that someone had stood at the threshold of my room and I had chosen not to turn away. The presence seemed to settle after that. Not content. I don't think there was anything as simple as content in what moved through these rooms, but something like understanding. An agreement, perhaps, that I had decided to share this space, that I would not try to fill it with light and noise and the careful denial of anything that didn't fit into the rational world. I continued to wait, as I had promised. I waited at 10 in the morning, sitting across from the empty chair. I waited at 9:34 p.m., listening to the footsteps move through the halls above me. I waited in the moments just before sleep, when the boundaries between what was happening and what might happen seemed thinnest, and slowly, in the way that only slow accumulation can teach you. I began to understand that this was not a haunting in any traditional sense. It was a conversation, one that had been interrupted decades ago when someone, a woman, a person, a presence that had somehow become woven into the very walls of this house, had stopped being heard. She was not angry, she was not vengeful, she was simply there, in the gaps between the moments. speaking in the only language she could manage, the rearrangement of objects, the opening of doors, the careful placement of words in pencil that faded with the morning light. She was asking, over and over again, in 1,000 small ways, for the one thing that almost no one offers the dead. Attention. I never saw her clearly. The shape in the corner remained indistinct, and I began to suspect it always would. Some things, I realized, were not meant to become fully visible. Some truths exist better in shadow, in the edges of perception, in the space between what we can see and what we absolutely know. But I felt her presence with a clarity that made skepticism seem almost irrelevant. She was as real as the old house itself, as real as the settling of wood and the turning of seasons and the accumulated weight of every day that had ever been lived within these walls. Months passed. I learned the rhythm of her haunting the way someone learns the rhythm of a language, until the footsteps and the silences and the subtle shifts in temperature became something I expected, something I could almost anticipate. I began to understand that certain times held her more densely than others, mornings around 10 when she had apparently eaten her meals, the hours between 9 and 11 at night, #additional atmospheric middle section the house, had a particular smell that I still can't describe to anyone. It wasn't decay, exactly, nothing so simple as that. It was layered. In the mornings, it was a kind of must that rose from the hardwood floors, a deep woody exhale that seemed to come from the grain itself. By afternoon, it shifted. There was something like copper underneath, mixed with old paper. At night, it became something else entirely, a sweetness that reminded me of flowers left too long in a closed room, petals browning at the edges, water gone dark and still. I began spending entire afternoons sitting in the parlor, just breathing, just listening. The parlor was the worst room, which is exactly why I kept returning to it. The worst rooms always hold the most information, though I couldn't articulate then what kind of information it was. The walls were papered in a pattern of faded roses and cream, and where the sunlight came through the bay windows, I could see how the paper had yellowed in parallel lines, marking the hours year after year, the sun tracking the same path. There was a strip of darker paper behind where a mirror had hung, a ghost of furniture. The floorboards around where a sofa must have sat were a different shade of honey brown, protected from the sun's bleaching. Someone had lived in this room. Someone had lived here for a very long time. I started noticing the small things, the way certain floorboards creaked at specific times of day, not because anyone was walking on them, but as if the wood itself was settling into different temperatures as the light moved. There was a particular spot near the window where the floor would pop and settle every afternoon around 3 o'clock, a sound like an old voice clearing its throat. I began to anticipate it. I'd sit and wait for it, and when it came, I'd feel something that wasn't quite relief, but wasn't fear either. Recognition. The ceiling had water stains in the shape of continents I'd never studied. I'd lie on my back on the parlor floor, something I started doing without deciding to, and trace them with my eyes. There was a map written there in browns and yellows. The plaster had begun to bubble in places, creating a landscape of small mountains. In certain light they cast shadows that made the whole ceiling look alive, breathing, fluctuating. I'd watch them for hours, my eyes crossing slightly, until I couldn't tell if the stains were moving or if I was. The house was cold in a way that heat couldn't touch. I'd run the thermostat up, and the radiators would bang and hiss, angry, reluctant sounds, but the cold would remain. It wasn't the absence of heat, it was an active thing, a presence that occupied the space alongside me. It came from the walls themselves, radiating from some interior temperature the house maintained separate from the rest of the world. I'd wear sweaters in July. I'd wrap myself in blankets, while sweat beaded on my forehead from the effort of maintaining that contradiction, hot and cold at once. My body never quite synchronized with the air around me. The hallway was where I first began to lose track of time in a way that mattered. It stretched from the front of the house to the back, longer than it should have been given the house's actual dimensions. I'd measured once, pacing it off. The hallway was impossible. Not in a dramatic way. There were no doors that opened onto nothing, no stairs that led nowhere. But the proportions were wrong. Walking it felt like walking through one space that gradually became another, the walls subtly shifting their relationship to each other. The floorboards changed texture halfway down. The light from the front windows reached further back than it should. Shadows fell at angles that didn't correspond to the furniture. I'd walk that hallway sometimes at dusk, when the light was uncertain anyway, and I'd lose count of how many steps it took. Sometimes it was 30, sometimes it was 50. The ceiling was lower in some sections, and I'd find myself ducking even though I had plenty of clearance. There was a spot about midway where the air tasted different on my tongue, metallic, the way it tastes after lightning. The walls held something in their surface, a quality of absorption. Sound didn't travel properly in that hallway. I could speak and my voice would flatten, disappearing into the plaster rather than bouncing back. It was disorienting enough that I eventually stopped trying to talk there at all. I'd listen instead. There were sounds in that hallway that didn't correspond to anything in the present. Creaking that seemed to come from inside the walls themselves. A kind of settling noise, as if something very large was rearranging itself in the space between the plaster and the exterior brick. Once I heard what sounded like pages turning, a soft whisper of paper, though there was no one there and no papers I could see. The basement was where the weight became unbearable. I only went down there twice, and I've spent the last months trying to convince myself it wasn't as bad as I remember. It's difficult. The basement had a smell that bypassed my nose and went straight into my chest, a smell like earth after heavy rain, like stone, like the inside of deep time. The stairs descended in a way that seemed to take longer than physics should have allowed. By the time I reached the bottom, I felt as though I'd been descending for many minutes, though I knew intellectually that it had been seconds. The basement was not finished. It was a space of poured concrete, exposed brick, and darkness that the single bulb I'd managed to illuminate did almost nothing to penetrate. There were corners that remained completely black even when I stood beside them, and I didn't try to understand why. The air down there was thick with something, not humidity, though it was damp. Something else, a quality of density, as if the air itself had weight and was pressing against my skin. There were marks on the floor, not obvious ones, not written in anything you could identify. But there were areas where the concrete had been stained differently, worn differently, as if someone had stood in those spots for years, again and again standing in the same place. The pattern suggested movement, small circles, as if someone had been pacing without going anywhere, orbiting a fixed point. The marks formed a kind of labyrinth if you looked at them long enough, paths within paths. I stood in that basement and tried to breathe normally. The cold that came from the walls downstairs was different from the cold upstairs. This wasn't a radiating absence. This was the temperature of something that had chosen not to warm. It was deliberate cold. Intentional. I didn't stay long. I didn't want to stay long. But something in me resisted leaving, a pull to remain in that space, to stand in those worn circles, to stay until I understood what the standing was for. When something had needed to be done, something urgent that had driven her back and forth through these halls. On the anniversary of what I began to suspect was the date she had stopped appearing in the world sometime in early March, marked only by a sudden intensification of presence and an almost frantic disturbance of the air. I sat at the table for the entire day and did nothing but wait. The scheduled pencil marks didn't appear that year. But something else did. She had placed fresh flowers in a vase on the mantel. Not flowers that I had bought or arranged, flowers that had simply materialized there, blooming in the dry indoor air in a way that flowers should not be able to bloom, their colors vivid and impossible. Colors I had never seen in any garden or florist's window. I did not move them. I did not question them. I simply let them be, these small offerings in exchange for offerings of my own. It was on a Tuesday in the 4th month of living this way that I realized something had fundamentally changed in me. I was no longer afraid. I was no longer trying to rationalize or explain away or deny what was occurring in this house. I had simply accepted it, the way one accepts the weather or one's own reflection, or the fact that time moves in only one direction and carries away everything it touches. I had moved into a space of genuine coexistence with something that should not exist, and rather than destroying me, it had quieted something in me that I hadn't realized was screaming. Perhaps that was what she had been waiting for all along. Not verification, not explanation, not even understanding exactly, but acceptance. The simple, radical act of another conscious being choosing to remain in proximity to her absence, choosing not to flee or fight or pretend that the gaps between us could be bridged by anything other than time and patience and the willingness to sit in silence together. I am still here. The house is still here. The schedule still appears on the kitchen table sometimes, though the pencil strokes have become even fainter over time, as if writing itself is becoming harder, as if she is slowly fading into something less than shadow. But the footsteps continue. The doors open silently. The air shifts. The presence moves through the rooms like smoke, like memory, like the afterimage of someone who was so thoroughly remembered that she learned how to persist. And I have learned to listen for the moment each night when everything goes very still, when the house holds its breath, when I know that she is near the threshold of my room. I have learned to wait for that moment. I have learned to say, without words, without sound, I am still here. I did not leave. I will not leave. And in the quiet that follows, in the pause between one heartbeat and the next, I think I hear, very faintly, something that might be gratitude. Or perhaps it is simply the sound of the gaps between her days and mine growing ever so slightly smaller. Story 3. The guest room door opens to a different year. I inherited the house on a Tuesday in autumn, and the lawyer who handed me the keys made a small sound, something between a cough and an apology, when I asked if anything had been left inside. Your great-aunt kept to herself, he said. That was all. The house smelled like closed windows in time when I first pushed through the front door. Not decay exactly, something more precise than that. Old paper. Furniture polish. The particular quiet of a place that has been waiting without expectation. It was a Victorian with the bones still intact, high ceilings, crown molding that had yellowed to cream, floorboards that held the specific temperature of wood that's been cool for decades. The kind of house where you understand immediately why people keep curtains closed. The light through them seemed almost apologetic. I spent the first week methodically moving through the rooms with a notebook, cataloging what I found, not for any official reason. I've always been this way, the type of person who needs to know exactly where things are, who takes comfort in documentation. In the inventory of a space, you understand its shape, its limits. The ground floor was unremarkable. A front room with 2 wingback chairs facing a fireplace that had been swept clean. A dining room with a table long enough for people who no longer existed. A kitchen updated sometime in the 1970s and left there like a museum piece. Copper canisters. Linoleum in a pattern that might have been cheerful once. Everything dusted. Everything waiting. The library was the only room that felt inhabited, even though no one had lived there in 3 years. Books were shelved with care, fiction on one wall, reference on another, biographies spined outward like people at a gathering. There was a reading chair positioned to catch afternoon light, and beside it a small table with a water glass turned upside down. I turned it right side up, then put it back the way it was. Some arrangements feel important to keep. Upstairs was where I found the photographs. There were 5 of them, arranged in a line on the mantelpiece in the master bedroom. The same woman, I assumed, though the images spanned what looked like 40 years. So the connection between the young face in the first photo and the careful, composed woman in the last one required a moment of study. She was never quite smiling. In one, she stood in front of the house itself. In summer, with the garden behind her overflowing. In another, she sat in a library chair, the same chair downstairs, I was almost certain, with a book open on her lap. Her eyes were somewhere else. I photographed each one with my phone and labeled them. Documentation, this was my great-aunt Morgan, apparently, born 1921, dead 2021. 100 years exactly, the lawyer had mentioned, as though it were a mathematical certainty rather than a coincidence. She had left no will naming anyone specifically, only a distant relative clause, whoever is nearest in blood. The blood was thin, but I was the only one who answered the inquiry, so the house became mine. The second floor had 6 bedrooms, most of them closed and cold. I opened them one by one like someone checking on sleeping things. Master bedroom, still made with a quilt that had faded to the color of old cream. Guest room to the left, twin beds, narrow and severe, with no pillows. Another guest room across the hall, this one with a single bed and a dresser, its mirror reflecting the hallway behind me. The rooms had the feeling of having been prepared for visitors who never came, and after a certain number of years, you simply gave up the pretense of welcome. At the end of the hallway, on the right, was the door I would spend the next 3 weeks thinking about. It was heavier than the other doors. That was the first thing I noticed. Older wood, darker, with a brass knob that had tarnished to the color of rust. There was no number on it. I opened it slowly, the hinges barely protesting. Inside was a guest room like the others, but narrower somehow, though the dimensions looked the same when I stepped inside and measured with my eyes. It faced the back of the property, toward the trees that had grown tall and crowded against the property line. The furniture was minimal. A double bed with a wrought iron frame, a dresser with a mirror, a small writing desk positioned beneath the window. Everything was covered in the thin skin of undisturbed dust. I opened the window, and the glass stuck, resistant, until it yielded with a small violence. Air moved in, the green smell of October, of decomposition and continued growth. I left it open for an hour while I went downstairs and made tea. When I came back, the room had changed temperature entirely. Not warmed exactly, cooled rather, in the way that standing water cools when you stop moving it. I closed the window. There was no dust on the dresser anymore, though I was certain I hadn't wiped it. I looked at my hands. Clean, dry, that night, I slept in the master bedroom and told myself the house was simply settling into my presence. Old houses do that. They adjust their walls, they rearrange their silences. The sound started 3 nights later. It was subtle at first, so subtle that I wasn't certain I had heard it at all. A door opening, not the dramatic swing of something suddenly released, but the slow, careful opening of someone who doesn't want to disturb the sleeping house. I was still awake, reading in bed with the lamp on the nightstand casting amber across the quilt. It was nearly 1 in the morning. I put my book down. The sound didn't repeat. I sat in the quiet and listened to the house breathe around me, the way old houses do, the small shifts of wood and pipe, the settling of a structure that has been standing longer than anyone living in it has been alive. A sound like opening came again, and this time I was certain. Somewhere upstairs, a door. I took the flashlight from my nightstand. This was foolish. I knew it was foolish, but I was the sort of person who needed to verify my own perceptions. I couldn't leave it. Couldn't simply roll over and assume the house had a rational explanation for the sounds it made in the darkness. The hallway was cold, colder than it should have been, even accounting for the season and the October air pressing against the windows. My breath didn't quite mist, but I could feel it catching slightly in the back of my throat. The flashlight beam carved a path through darkness that seemed to press back against it, reluctant to give way. The door to the guest room at the end of the hallway was open perhaps 6 inches. I was certain I had closed it. I was certain of this in the way you can be certain of small. Deliberate actions, the closing of a door, the checking of a lock. I had pulled it shut behind me that afternoon when I finished dusting. I had heard the latch catch. Hello? I called, which was absurd. Who was I expecting to answer? The open door made no response. I pushed it wider with my foot, some primitive instinct making me reluctant to use my hand, and stepped inside. The room was different, not in any way I could immediately articulate. The furniture was in the same arrangement. The window faced the same direction. But there was something about the air itself, the quality of the darkness within the darkness. It was colder here, markedly so. My breath did mist now, small clouds that gathered and dispersed. The flashlight beam seemed thinner somehow, less effective, and there was a smell, old paper and furniture polish, yes, but underneath that something else, something like the inside of a closed book, something like time. I stepped back out into the hallway. My heart was moving too fast, which was ridiculous. An open door was not an emergency. An open door was a draft, a settling house, an old woman's habit of leaving things as they had always been, nothing more. But I didn't go back to bed. Instead, I went downstairs and made coffee and sat in the library reading the same paragraph of my book until the sun rose and made the darkness seem like the paranoia of the small hours, which it probably was. The next night, the door was open again. I closed it immediately, before allowing myself to investigate. I closed it and locked it. There was a lock, one of those old push-button mechanisms in the center of the knob, and went back to the master bedroom. I did not sleep well. I kept thinking about the mechanisms of old locks, how they corrode, how they fail. On the third night, I checked it before bed. Closed and locked. By the fourth night, I had grown almost casual about it. Open, closed, locked, the patterns of the house reasserting themselves. I walked past it one night and found it open, and I felt something close to annoyance rather than fear. Foolish, perhaps, but annoyance nonetheless. On the fifth night, I finally stepped inside and looked carefully. The furniture had shifted. Not dramatically, the bed was still against the far wall. The dresser still faced the window, but the writing desk was no longer beneath the window. It had moved perhaps 3 feet to the left. The chair was still tucked beneath it, and on the desk surface was a fountain pen and a leather-bound journal. Though I was absolutely certain the desk had been empty when I dusted it the day before. I did not touch either object. Instead, I closed the door and went downstairs and made a list of all the ways an old house could rearrange itself. Settling foundations, shifting wood, the illusion of memory, the eye playing tricks on the tired mind. I noted, very tired. The house had disrupted my sleep. The house had made me paranoid. The house was simply a house, and the explanations were rational, and I would, starting immediately, stop allowing myself to indulge in the small panic that seemed to gather in the corners of rooms after midnight. This resolution lasted 3 days. The calendar appeared in the room on a Wednesday, and I discovered it on Thursday morning. It was small, pocket-sized, with a faded red cover. It hung on the wall beside the window, and the month displayed was November 1987. The days were marked carefully, with handwriting so precise it looked printed. Certain dates had small notes in the margins, words too small to read from the threshold. I did not cross it. I spent the afternoon in the library researching the house's history. The deed listed my great-aunt Morgan as the owner since 1962. Nothing about who had lived there before. Nothing about who might have occupied the room at the end of the hallway in 1987, when Morgan would have been 66 years old and, according to the photographs, living in solitary habit. That night, the calendar showed December 1987. I stood in the doorway and read the dates. December 1st, advancing daily, each one marked with identical precision. Some dates had comments. Cold snap on the 3rd. Pipe leak in kitchen on the 8th. Fragments of someone's winter preserved in a calendar that should have disintegrated into dust years ago. I called a contractor and asked if there was any way the room could have been sealed off, left untouched for decades. He came on a Friday and walked the perimeter and said the walls were the same age as the rest of the house. No separate structure, no hidden room. The room was exactly what it appeared to be. A bedroom, built when the house was built, used and lived in, and eventually abandoned like the others. Why the question? he asked, and I had no adequate answer. That night, the calendar showed January 1988, and I finally understood the calendar was advancing, not remaining frozen in 1987, moving forward, toward what I could not determine, toward the present, perhaps, or forward from its own internal logic, into years that no longer existed anywhere but in this room that should not be changing at all. I began to keep records. December 20th, 1987, the dresser drawers are open. I have not opened them. January 4th, 1988, there's a coffee cup on the nightstand, half full, the surface marked with a thin ring of age. The liquid inside has not dried, it remains liquid. January 15th, 1988, the writing desk now faces the window. The journal is open, but the handwriting is not the same as the calendar's. This script is rushed. Frightened, almost, January 16th, 1988, I stood in the doorway for an hour. The handwriting has changed again. The journal pages have been turned. Someone is writing in that room. Someone is living in that year, in that room, and the door between now and then is so thin I can pass my hand through it without obstruction. And I don't know whether I'm looking into the past or whether the past is looking out toward me through this awful, impossible aperture, waiting for something I cannot name. That's when I understood I needed to know whose name belonged to the handwriting in the margins. That's when I opened the dresser drawer, even though nothing, no rational instinct, no voice of caution, should have allowed me to. Inside was clothing from an era I recognized from the photographs. A cardigan, a blouse with mother-of-pearl buttons, and beneath them, paper, letters perhaps, or pages torn from notebooks. I took one carefully. It was old in a way that shouldn't have been possible, brittle and yellowed, and the handwriting was the same as the journal's. The same as the rush and fear I'd glimpsed in the pages left open on the desk. A name was written across the margin of that paper, repeated 3 times, 4 times, perhaps a dozen times, each repetition slightly more compressed than the last. Alex. Alex, Alex, Alex. The handwriting was female. The repetition suggested desperation or obsession or some combination of both. And the handwriting was young, not the elegant script of the calendar, but something more urgent, something more frightened. I held the paper at arm's length, as though distance might explain it. "Who are you?" I asked the empty room. "What happened to you?" The calendar on the wall turned to February. I did not see it change. But when I looked away and looked back, an entire month had passed. By the beginning of February, I had stopped trying to sleep in the master bedroom. Instead, I made a sort of camp in the library. A chair, positioned to face the hallway, a thermos of coffee, a notebook where I recorded everything, the dates on the calendar, the changes to the room, the exact temperature of the doorway when measured with a thermometer, which read between 48 and 52 degrees Fahrenheit, though the rest of the house held steady at 62. I told myself this was investigation, documentation, the sort of careful attention that might reveal a pattern, a logic, an explanation for what was becoming increasingly impossible to deny. The calendar advanced every night. By mid-February, it showed the same month I was living through, 1988, the actual date catching up to the frozen one. But the calendar dates kept advancing beyond what they should have been. Days appearing that hadn't happened yet. Days I couldn't verify. I found myself pulled toward the room at odd hours. Not from fear exactly, though fear was certainly present, more from a compulsion to verify, to check. to stand in the doorway and read the visible margins of the journal, hoping to understand what was being written about me, about this house, about the strange tether that seemed to exist between this moment and that moment. It was on a Thursday night that I finally saw the figure. I had fallen asleep in the library chair. I was doing that more often, exhaustion overriding caution, and woke to the particular silence that means something has changed. Not a sound that woke me. An absence. The house had stopped settling. Even the pipes had gone quiet. Everything was listening. I took the flashlight and walked toward the second floor. The guest room door was open. The opening was larger than usual, perhaps 1.5 feet of darkness visible beyond the threshold. And in the darkness, standing with its back to me, was a figure. Not clearly. The darkness in the room was thicker than outside darkness, the sort of impossible black that makes definition difficult. But there was definitely something there. Human-shaped. Still in the way that statues are still, in the way that objects are still. Standing at an angle near the window, facing away from me entirely, and I could not, even in my fear, even in the moment, determine whether I was looking at a person or at an absence so profound it had taken on weight and form. I did not cross the threshold. I did not speak. I stood in the hallway and watched the figure for what might have been seconds or might have been hours. Time seemed to move differently in its presence, and then the door began to close. Slowly, not under any power I could perceive, simply moving, the hinges silent, until it clicked shut with a finality that seemed absolute. I tried the handle immediately, locked, not with the push-button lock, but something else entirely. The handle did not turn. The door did not yield, and when I pressed my ear against the wood, I could hear nothing. No breathing, no movement, no sound of someone walking away or sitting down or doing any of the things that living people do. Just silence. The silence of a room that had sealed itself. And underneath it, so faint I almost dismissed it as imagination, the sound of pen on paper, the careful scratch of writing, someone documenting something in a calendar that would never stop turning. I didn't try the handle again. I don't know why I stopped myself from doing it a second time, pushing harder or jiggling it with more force. Maybe because some part of me understood that certain thresholds, once crossed, don't remain crossable in the same way. Maybe because the sound of that pen, that specific, impossible sound, had made something in my chest tighten in a way that made further action feel unwise. I went back downstairs instead. I sat in the kitchen under the fluorescent hum of the overhead light and tried to think of explanations. The door could have stuck. The lock could have engaged. There were wind currents in old houses, pressure differentials that made doors swing closed on their own. I'd read that somewhere, or dreamed it, or imagined I'd read it while standing in this exact kitchen weeks ago, already understanding on some level that I would need these rational frameworks the way a person needs oxygen. The sound of writing could have been almost anything. Branches against the window, except there were no branches near that side of the house. Mice in the walls, but that sound had been too rhythmic, too purposeful. The scratch of a pen, not the scurry of small feet. I made coffee at 3 a.m. and waited for the house to become itself again. By sunrise, it had. The pipes gurgled. The refrigerator hummed through its cycle. A delivery truck passed on the street outside. The weight had lifted from the building like fog burning off. I stood at the window and watched the ordinary day arrive and felt something between relief and deeper unease. The understanding that the presence, whatever it was, had simply withdrawn, chosen not to be perceived. The guest room door was unlocked. I checked it after coffee, moving through the hallway like a person approaching something dangerous. The handle turned smoothly under my hand. The hinges swung open without sound or resistance. The room beyond looked exactly as it always did, empty, pale, the window facing east and catching the early light. The bed was made. The dresser was dust-free. There was nothing in there that shouldn't have been there, and nothing obviously absent except for the sense of wrongness that had occupied the space the night before. I closed the door and tested it again. Unlocked, completely ordinary. For 2 days, nothing happened. I moved through the house in something close to normalcy. I worked on the kitchen cabinets. I brought more boxes down from the attic, cataloging the contents in a notebook I'd started keeping. A habit born from the need to have my hands and mind doing something repetitive and grounding. I slept in the living room chair again, but the sleep came easier. Dreams didn't find me. Then the calendar on the kitchen wall turned. I noticed it on the morning of the 3rd day. I'd flipped it to October at the beginning of the month, a simple wall calendar, the kind you get free from hardware stores, with photographs of landscapes that have nothing to do with anyone's actual life. October had shown a lake surrounded by aspen trees. I'd looked at that image every morning while making coffee. Now it displayed November. A mountain range, snow-heavy, anonymous. I hadn't turned it. I knew with certainty that I hadn't. The last thing I'd thought about the calendar was idly noticing that October was almost over, that November would require the page flip, that I should do it soon. I hadn't done it yet. But now it was done. I pulled it back to October. The mechanism was simple, just a wire binding at the top, allowing pages to hinge down. The page fell back into place easily. But the next morning it was November again. This time I took it down from the wall. I examined the binding, the pages, the mechanism. Everything was normal. Nothing was stuck or prone to flipping on its own. I flipped back to October and placed it on the kitchen counter where I could see it constantly, where I could verify that it stayed put. By evening, the counter was empty. The calendar was back on the wall, turned to November, hung with the same wire hook it had always used. I didn't take it down again. Instead, I began to notice other things, small discrepancies. A coffee mug I'd left in the sink was dry in the morning, rinsed and inverted on the rack. A stack of books I'd left on the dining room table had been reorganized, not shuffled, but actually sorted, arranged in what appeared to be chronological order by publication date. The living room chair had been straightened, its blanket folded neatly and draped over the armrest instead of left in the crumpled nest where I slept. The house was being tidied, being maintained, not by me. I left a notebook and pen on the kitchen counter as an experiment, a deliberate test. When I woke the next morning, the notebook was still there, but it was no longer blank. The pages were filled with handwriting, my handwriting, or close enough that I had to study it carefully to confirm it wasn't. The difference was in the pressure, the spacing. Mine would have slanted left. This was perfectly vertical. Mine would have been hasty. This was careful, methodical, each letter precisely formed. The pages contained a calendar, not a modern calendar. The days were listed by their position in the month, the weeks unnumbered. The handwriting filled the entire space with small notations beside each date, words I couldn't quite read. The entries were cramped and dense, as though someone had been documenting everything, as though someone had been keeping account of every day that passed, every moment that needed remembering. The last field entry was dated October 15th. The year was not specified, but the handwriting continued on the next page, and the date changed. October 16th. October 17th. A string of dates in perfect sequence, ascending into weeks I hadn't yet lived through. The handwriting grew slightly larger on these pages, the pressure on the pen increasing, as though the person writing was becoming more urgent, more insistent. I sat at the kitchen table and read through the entire notebook. It took hours. The calendar continued from October all the way through December, then January, then forward in time to dates that hadn't happened yet. The notations beside each date remained largely illegible, but certain words appeared again and again, waiting, listening, documenting, the turning, the rooms changing. The final entry was dated March 12th of a year I didn't recognize. After that date, the pages were blank. I checked the calendar on the wall. It had turned to December sometime while I was reading. I flipped it back to November and placed it in a kitchen cabinet, pushing it into the back corner behind the cereal boxes. Within the hour, it was back on the wall. I stopped trying to control it. That's when I realized that something had lived in this house for a very long time. Not just haunting it in the way that ghosts are supposed to haunt places, making dramatic appearances and disappearing into walls, but actually living in it, maintaining it, keeping track of time in a way that suggested time moved differently for whatever occupied the guest room, moving through the hours and days in a rhythm that was almost domestic, almost ordinary, except for the fact that it was doing all of this in a house that had supposedly been empty, in a house that I now inhabited. In the space between my moments, the presence was filling in everything I wasn't there to witness, completing the days I didn't fully live, and the calendar, still turning on the wall, had begun to move faster. November became December in 3 days. December passed in a week. By the middle of what should have been January, the calendar was showing dates nearly 6 months ahead. It was happening more quickly now. The presence was accelerating. And in the guest room, behind that locked but not locked door, I could hear it, the pen moving across paper, never pausing, never stopping, documenting every moment of a year that was somehow becoming both present and past, a year that I was beginning to understand might not have a particular ending. The calendar stopped changing on a Thursday in March. I know it was Thursday because I'd begun checking the date obsessively, looking for confirmation that I was still living in linear time, that the world beyond the house walls hadn't shifted into something parallel and unmeasurable. The date read March 12th, the same date that had appeared as the final entry in the notebook, the date where the handwriting stopped. I'd moved the notebook back to the shelf weeks ago, or months ago. Time had become difficult to quantify. The only reliable marker I had was the calendar on the wall, and now it wasn't moving at all. The square for March 12th remained highlighted in a faded red box, and no matter how many times I flipped the pages forward, they were all blank. No printed dates, no grid, just empty paper that felt wrong under my fingertips, brittle, aged, though the rest of the calendar appeared relatively recent. The house had gone quiet in a way it hadn't been quiet before. The sounds had been increasing for weeks, small, unavoidable sounds. The guest room door, which I still hadn't opened, which I still couldn't seem to make myself open, would shift in its frame. Not slam, never slam, just shift, as though something on the other side was pressing against it and then releasing, pressing and releasing, testing the boundary. The sound was like breathing, like the door itself had become a living thing with lungs. Then there were the footsteps. They began in the early mornings, around 4 or 5 a.m., when sleep was unstable and I was caught between dreaming and waking. The footsteps came down the hallway from the direction of the guest room. They were deliberate, measured, the tread of someone walking with clear intention. They would move past my bedroom door and down the stairs. I would hear them cross the living room, enter the kitchen, pause near the refrigerator. Then they would stop. I never heard them return. Which meant one of two possibilities: the presence was still in the kitchen after the footsteps ceased, or the stepping sounds were only marking movement between certain locations, the in-between moments that would normally be empty space. The moments where nothing should be happening were somehow becoming places where something was documented, recorded, observed. I started leaving coffee out on the kitchen counter. I told myself I was being practical. If something was moving through my kitchen in the hours before dawn, wouldn't it make sense to leave coffee? Wouldn't that be a reasonable precaution? The coffee was never touched, but the mug would be moved, always 3 inches to the left of where I'd placed it, always precisely the same distance, as though whatever was making those footsteps was checking the coffee, measuring its position, confirming its placement with the same methodical attention that had filled those calendar pages. On the morning I realized the calendar had stopped moving, I found something new in the kitchen. It was a chair, one of the dining chairs, pulled out from the table and positioned facing the window above the sink, the window that looked out onto the overgrown yard, the fence that had begun to sag years ago, the dark line of trees at the property's edge. Someone, something, had sat here and looked out at that view. The chair still held the impression of where a body had been, the fabric still slightly compressed. The impression suggested the presence had been sitting there for a long time. I sat in the chair. I needed to know what it was looking at. The yard was empty. The trees were bare, skeletal against a gray sky that suggested late autumn or early winter, though the calendar insisted it was March. The grass had gone dormant and brown, except in certain patches where it remained inexplicably green. The fence posts were crooked. There was no sign of movement, no indication of anything that would warrant such prolonged observation. But I understood, standing there, that whatever lived in this house was no longer simply documenting time. It was experiencing it. It was sitting at windows and looking out at the world. It was drinking coffee, or at least checking the status of coffee. It was living its own life in the spaces between my life, and the boundary between those two existences was becoming thinner. That afternoon I heard the sound of running water from the guest room. Not plumbing, not the ordinary sounds of pipes and pressure. This was the distinct sound of water flowing from a faucet, the water hitting a surface, a sink, a tub, splashing and moving. The sound lasted for exactly 3 minutes. Then it stopped, and I heard what sounded like movement, the shift of something heavy, the settling of weight. I stood in the hallway with my hand on the guest room doorknob. My palm was damp. My heart was beating in a way that felt dangerous, as though it might beat itself out of rhythm and into something else entirely. The doorknob was cool beneath my fingers. I turned it. The door opened with almost no resistance, as though the lock had never existed at all. The hinges made a soft, well-oiled sound. I had expected them to creak. Everything about this house creaked and groaned. Everything else fought against movement. But this door opened as smoothly as a door in a new house, a recently lived-in house, a house that was being properly maintained. The guest room was exactly as I remembered it from months ago, empty, bare walls, the single bed with its taut white sheets. The window overlooked the same yard I'd just been staring at from the kitchen. The view was unchanged. But the room smelled different. The air held the scent of soap and something else, something like old paper, like dust that had been recently disturbed. There was a towel on the bed, neatly folded. It was damp. It had recently been used. On the nightstand beside the bed, I found what I'd known I would find the moment I'd stepped into the room. Another notebook. This one was identical to the first. The same binding, the same paper stock, the same tight, cramped handwriting. But this notebook contained a calendar that began with the date March 13th, the day after the previous notebook had stopped. The entries were dense, the notation marks small but certain. The calendar continued forward in perfect sequence, March 14th, March 15th, advancing toward April, toward May, toward dates that hadn't occurred yet and might never occur. The entries were slightly less cramped than the first notebook. The handwriting had become clearer, more confident, as though the presence had developed its own writing style over the months and years of documentation, as though it had learned to write, had practiced, had perfected a method for marking time that was entirely its own. I flipped through the pages. There were thousands of them. The notebook seemed far thicker than its exterior dimensions should have allowed. The pages continued forward, date after date, annotation after annotation, extending into a future that no notebook should be able to contain. When I reached what I thought might be the final pages, I found a shift in the handwriting. The entries for late December of a year unmarked began to slow. The notations beside each date became longer, more substantial. Words I could actually read began to appear. It is becoming clearer. The transition is near. The waiting has a purpose. The documentation is not for nothing. I have learned the rhythm of this place. The turning of the calendar is the turning of something larger, something that requires witnessing. I have prepared. The notebooks are ready. The next one is waiting in the place where the years accumulate. The final entry was dated January 3rd. After that, the pages were blank again. I sat on the guest room bed, which I hadn't seen anyone sit on, and I understood with absolute certainty that I was no longer alone in a way that I could ignore or rationalize. The presence wasn't haunting the house. The house was a kind of vehicle, a mechanism for something that existed partially in time and partially outside it, and I had walked into it without understanding what I was walking toward. The calendar on the kitchen wall was still showing March 12th when I went back downstairs. I placed the new notebook on the table next to the old one, and I sat between them like a judge weighing evidence. Outside, the light was changing. The day was moving into dusk, the window darkening from gray to something closer to black. In the guest room above me, I heard the sound of the pen beginning to move across paper again. Not the frantic pressing that had characterized the earlier months. This was a slow, deliberate sound. Considered, purposeful, it was documenting this day. This moment, the moment when I had finally opened the door and seen what lived here with me. The moment when I understood that the future I thought I was moving toward was already being written, already being prepared for, already waiting in a notebook that hadn't yet been filled but was somehow already complete. The pen moved across paper in the darkness above my head, and I sat listening, understanding that there was a year, perhaps many years, still left to be documented. The calendar could stay on March 12th for as long as it needed to. Hacked the guest room door opens to a different year. Part 4, I stopped opening the guest room door after that night. There's a practical reason for this, or what I tell myself is a practical reason. The pen noise became distracting. It would start around the same time each evening, just after sunset, when the light outside had fully abandoned the house, and the windows became mirrors reflecting only the rooms behind me. The sound was never loud. It never needed to be. It was the consistency of it that worked its way into my concentration, the way a dripping faucet doesn't disturb you until you're aware of it, and then you can't unhear it again. By mid-April, the calendar on the kitchen wall had been flipped forward by someone other than me. The dates were accurate. I hadn't changed them. I never went into the guest room to verify whether the notebooks were still there, still being filled, whether the documentation continued on the dates that appeared on that kitchen calendar. Some knowledge, I realized, was worse than uncertainty. The house settled into a rhythm that resembled what my life had been before I found the first notebook. I would wake. I would move through the rooms. I would eat meals whose taste I struggled to remember. I would sit on the porch in the afternoon when the weather allowed it and think about how people leave houses, about what you had to do to actually disconnect from a place once you'd opened a door you couldn't close. But the routine was thin. It covered almost nothing. At night, I would lie in my own bed and listen to the guest room. The pen was only part of it. There were other sounds now, small sounds that had perhaps always been there, but that I'd only learned to hear. The sound of pages turning, the sound of the notebooks being moved, shifted, rearranged. Sometimes I heard what might have been the sound of something, or someone, breathing, though the pattern was wrong. Too long between each breath, too controlled, as though it was demonstrating that it could breathe if it wanted to, but it was choosing a different rhythm, choosing something that made it clear that breathing was optional, a courtesy extended for my benefit. I started sleeping with the hallway light on, not the bedroom light, the hallway light, positioned so that a thin rectangle of illumination crossed the threshold of my door. It was a childish gesture, one I recognized as childish while I was doing it, and this recognition did nothing to stop me from doing it. The electricity bill for May was 17% higher than it should have been. I paid it without questioning it. By June, I had established a secondary set of rules for myself. These were different from the rules about not opening doors. These were rules about attention. I would not go into the kitchen if it was the time of evening when the pen would be moving. I would not look at the calendar on the wall. I would be aware of the dates through other means, through my phone, through the logical progression of the world. I would not calculate how many notebooks might exist, how many years might be documented, whether the documentation extended backward as well as forward, whether I was being recorded in a past that had already occurred and been forgotten. Most importantly, I would not think about the phrasing I had read. The transition is near. I failed at this last rule within the first week of establishing it. The transition. Near. Two words that contained the entire weight of the house. The entire weight of the presence that had learned to write, that had developed its own handwriting, that had chosen to let me see what it was doing. I began to wonder if the transition had already happened, if I had already become something other than what I had been when I arrived. The thought would come to me at odd moments, standing at the kitchen sink or watching the light change in the afternoon, or noticing that I couldn't remember when I'd last left the property. I would be struck by the specific quality of unreality that attaches itself to a life that has been fundamentally altered and is now pretending to be the same life it was before. It was in late June when I realized I hadn't actually looked at my reflection in any mirror in several weeks. I had showered. I had changed my clothes. But I had developed, without consciously deciding to do so, a technique for moving past reflective surfaces while keeping my eyes fixed just slightly to the left or right of where they might naturally fall. When I forced myself to look at the bathroom mirror one evening, the person looking back was someone I recognized immediately. It was me. Of course it was me. Nothing was visibly wrong. My eyes were the same color they'd always been. My hair was the same length. Had lived, but not witnessed, moments that had occurred and been recorded while I was elsewhere in the house or in the hallway, or in that thin space between sleeping and waking where the documentation seemed to happen most actively. In late October, I found a notebook in my room. It was sitting on my nightstand. I hadn't seen it placed there. I didn't remember leaving it there, but there it was, dark leather, worn at the edges, the pages inside filled with handwriting that was almost my own, almost not. In that particular register of almost recognition that had become familiar to the house. I didn't open it. I left it where it was and moved my pillow to the other side of the bed, sleeping with my head where my feet had been, as though the simple act of reversing my position would change the direction of whatever was being documented about me. The notebook remained on the nightstand for 3 days. On the 4th day, it was gone. I haven't looked for it. I haven't checked the guest room or the attic or any of the closets I still haven't fully explored. The knowledge that the notebook exists, that it's being filled, that it's being documented in that handwriting that is learning to become my handwriting is enough. The presence doesn't need me to verify. The documentation continues whether I witness it or not. And now, tonight, in November, with the calendar showing dates that haven't occurred yet, and the light outside the windows maintaining that particular quality of dusk that seems to be the house's preferred lighting condition, I sit in the kitchen as I do most evenings, and I listen. I listen to the pens. I listen to the pages turning. I listen to the notebooks being shifted, organized, filed into their proper places. And underneath all of this, I listen to the sound of the house itself, the way it breathes around me, the way it's learning my rhythms the same way I've learned to accommodate its impossible geography. The pen sounds are coming from upstairs again. 4 distinct sources of writing, maybe 5. One of them sounds slightly different from the others, slightly slower, slightly more deliberate, as though whoever is holding that pen is concentrating very carefully on each word, on each letter, on the precise formation of something that needs to be documented with absolute accuracy. I have the thought, very quietly, that it might be the sound of my own hand writing without me. But I'm here, in the kitchen, and my hands are empty, and my hands are still. So the thought doesn't make sense. But neither does the house, and I'm still here. And the pens keep moving in the darkness above me, and everything continues to be written down. And nothing that has been written down has been wrong yet, and I've stopped waiting for the day when something will finally be wrong enough to require an answer. The pen keeps moving, the calendar stays imperfect, and I listen and wait, and become whatever it is that the house is learning me to be. Story 4. My childhood home keeps waiting for me to return, Part 1. The opening the key was still where I'd left it, under the cracked ceramic frog on the porch step, buried so deep in accumulated leaves that I had to kneel down and feel for it with my fingertips. 7 years. The frog had weathered to something closer to gray than green, its paint peeling in strips like old skin. The key itself was still brass-colored, though tarnished now, the number 407 barely legible on its head. I didn't know why I'd kept the key. That was the lie I told myself now. Kneeling on the porch steps of the house on Maple Street, the October wind moving cold across the back of my neck. I'd kept it because I always kept things, ticket stubs from movies I'd seen alone, spare buttons in a drawer, the instruction manual for a blender I'd already thrown away. Practical people didn't need keys to houses that left behind. But my hands knew the way up the porch steps. My body remembered the 4th step's slight lean to the left, the way the threshold dipped in the middle from decades of footfall. And the key fit the lock the way keys are supposed to fit, not with effort, but with a sense of inevitability. A matching of two things made for each other. The door opened onto a hallway I'd walked through 10,000 times. The smell hit first, that particular silence that houses develop when they've been alone for a long time. Not musty, though there was dust. Layers of it sitting on the console table where my mother used to leave her keys and her reading glasses. The smell was more like trapped air, like the atmosphere inside a closed book, undisturbed and cool and somehow watchful. I stepped inside and closed the door behind me. The hallway stretched toward the back of the house. Toward the kitchen I could just make out through the opening at its far end. Afternoon light came through the window above the stairs, falling in a straight golden parallelogram across the hardwood. Dust moved through it like plankton in still water. The stairs themselves climbed upward to my right, darker in their alcove, the banister a thin line of shadow beneath the second-floor landing. Nothing had moved. That was the first unnerving thing, though I couldn't articulate why. A house, even inhabited, falls into disarray. Dust accumulates unevenly. Floors shift slightly, settling into new configurations. But this was preservation. The console table still held the small brass dish where we'd kept spare change. The photographs on the wall, faded prints and flat frames, faces I'd stopped thinking about years ago, were still hanging in their exact positions, the nails still at their particular angles. I walked deeper into the house. My footsteps on the hardwood sounded too loud, amplified by the silence. I'd expected to feel something coming back here. Nostalgia, maybe. Or some version of homecoming that I'd fled from so thoroughly at 18 that I'd built an entire life in the opposite direction. I'd moved north to a city, to an apartment with radiator pipes and neighbors on all sides. I'd surrounded myself with noise and people and the kind of life where you never had to think about childhood bedrooms or the particular quality of light that came through a landing window in the afternoon. But walking through that hallway, I felt something else entirely. I felt expected. The feeling was so distinct that I stopped walking. Right there in the middle of the hallway between the console table and the turning toward the kitchen. I stood still and listened. The house was silent except for the hum of something electrical. The fridge, maybe, if it had somehow stayed on all these years, or the pipes, or just the general drone of old houses settling and breathing around their own emptiness. I couldn't have been expected. No one knew I was here. I'd told no one I was coming back. That morning I'd woken up in my apartment, made coffee, and found myself scrolling through real estate listings for properties on Maple Street before I'd fully understood what I was doing. By afternoon I'd called in sick to work. By evening I was 3 hours north, standing in the driveway of the house I'd grown up in, holding a key that should have meant nothing, and yet the hallway felt like a held breath. The light through the stairwell window seemed to warm slightly as I stood there, becoming less like afternoon and more like something concentrated, intentional. I moved toward the stairs. The banister was exactly as I remembered it, dark wood, smooth from decades of hands sliding down it, cooler than you'd expect even in summer. I placed my hand on it now and started to climb. The stairs creaked in a pattern I'd forgotten my feet knew. The third step always protested. The seventh step was silent. The 11th step creaked in a different key, a minor note compared to the others. By the time I reached the landing, I was aware that my heart was beating faster than the exertion warranted. The landing was a small plateau of darkness, the window beside it casting more shadow than light. It opened onto 4 doorways, 2 to my left leading to my parents' room in the guest room, one straight ahead that opened onto the hallway leading to the back of the house and a secondary staircase, and one to my right, closed, that led to my bedroom. I stood on the landing and did not open that door. Instead, I moved to the window and looked out onto Maple Street. The trees were deeper into their autumn now, more skeleton than substance. The Hendersons' house across the street looked lived in. Car in the driveway, a porch light on even though it was still afternoon. Their house had moved on. Their house was still a home. This one wasn't. I turned back to the landing and made myself walk toward the guest room, pushed open the door. It was dim inside, the curtains closed, and I didn't bother looking for the light switch. There wasn't much to see: a bed frame with a bare mattress, a dresser with a mirror reflecting nothing but shadow, a closet door standing slightly ajar. My parents had come back here years ago after we'd moved to collect the last of what they wanted. Or maybe they hadn't. Maybe the room had always been like this. A mouth opened slightly, waiting. I closed the door and moved back to the landing. The afternoon was starting to shade toward evening. That particular quality of light was beginning to shift, to cool slightly, moving from gold toward something more amber. The window light on the landing had begun to fade in that slow, inevitable way that October light does, pulling back to reveal the ordinary darkness underneath. I should have left then. That was clear to me even in the moment. The house had shown me it was still here, still preserved, waiting. That should have been enough. That should have been the story. The strange preservation, the feeling of expectation, The uncanny sense that the house remembered me better than I remembered it. But I found myself walking toward my bedroom door instead. It was closed, which was wrong. I'd left it open 7 years ago. I could still remember the reason. Some small adolescent stubborn about staking a claim to space. Refusing to seal myself away. I'd meant to leave every door in that house open, meant to move through the world without closed doors and small darknesses. I'd been wrong about so many things at 18. My hand went to the doorknob, and it was warm. Not warm as in heated from sunlight or residual warmth from an occupied space. Warm as in living thing warm, animal warm, the kind of warmth that suggests blood moving beneath skin. I pulled my hand back. The hallway was very quiet now, that particular quality of silence that houses develop when they're waiting for you to make a decision. I could hear very faintly the sound of something else. Not quite wind, not quite the settling of old wood. Something more deliberate, something that might have been the sound of the house itself, breathing around me, around the presence that filled it. I did not open my bedroom door. Instead, I turned and walked back down the stairs. My footsteps sounded different going down, more rushed, and I was aware of a sound I hadn't heard on the way up, a soft, wet sound, like water dripping slowly onto fabric, echoing from somewhere above me. But when I paused and looked back up at the landing, there was nothing. The window was empty. The doors were closed. I walked faster. The front door was where I'd left it, still open to the cool October air, still showing me the porch with the ceramic frog and the driveway beyond. I stepped through it and closed it behind me, though I didn't lock it. The key was already back under the frog without my consciously placing it there, or I simply didn't remember placing it. Either way, it was where it had been before, camouflaged in leaves, waiting for the next time. And there would be a next time. I knew that as I walked down the porch steps, as I crossed the driveway, as I got into my car and started the engine. I knew it the way you know you're going to wake up in the morning, the way you know that winter comes after autumn, the way you know that some things, once they've opened their eyes and seen you, will never stop looking. The drive back to the city took 3 hours. I made it without stopping, without thinking about anything except the road ahead and the way the headlights cut through the darkness. By the time I reached my apartment, it was nearly midnight. The radiator was clanking in its familiar way. The neighbors above were moving around, their footsteps creating a ceiling show of activity that I'd come to find almost comforting. The noise of lived-in space, occupied space, space that belonged to the present moment. I made tea and sat on my couch and didn't think about the house. That lasted until the following evening, when I woke from a nap I didn't remember falling into, heart racing, with the absolute certainty that something was waiting. Not a phone call, not a message, not any external thing. An internal knowing. A pull. The house on Maple Street was still there. I understood this with the clarity of someone who has left something precious in a closed space. A presence you can almost feel returning, taking up residence in the rooms you've abandoned, settling into the corners and the dark spaces under the stairs. Waiting, it had been waiting the whole time. The whole 7 years it had been waiting for me specifically to come back. And now that I'd returned, now that I'd crossed the threshold and felt its attention settle upon me like a hand on the back of my neck, I understood something else, something that would become clearer in the days and weeks that followed. It was no longer content to wait. It was preparing. I didn't go back to Maple Street. That was the agreement I made with myself in the rational morning light. I'd gone to collect what remained of my mother's things, a task I should have managed years ago. It was finished. Closed, the house could wait. It could wait forever, but I would not return. The certainty lasted through Tuesday. By Wednesday morning, small things had begun to accumulate in a way that felt less like coincidence and more like pressure. It started with the dreams, not nightmares exactly, that would have been easier to dismiss. These were more like memories, except they were memories of rooms I hadn't seen in 7 years, rendered in such precise detail that I would wake confused about which side of the 3-hour drive I was actually on. In one dream, I was standing in the hallway outside my childhood bedroom, and I could smell the particular mustiness of old wood and settled dust. I could see the pattern of the wallpaper, roses, cream-colored, with a settled stripe I'd forgotten entirely until that moment. When I woke, the smell lingered in my apartment for several seconds before dissolving. I told myself I'd looked at that wallpaper thousands of times as a child. Memory was just reconstructing what I'd learned. The brain was extraordinary at that sort of thing. On Thursday, I found a box of old photographs in my closet that I didn't remember keeping. This was the concerning part. Not the photographs themselves, but the fact that I had absolutely no recollection of putting them there. I've always been meticulous about organization, a trait I can trace directly back to growing up in that house, where chaos had felt dangerous. The box was taped shut, my handwriting on the label, Maple Street, do not open. The handwriting was mine, but the instruction was something I would never have written. I didn't make rules for myself like that. I didn't forbid things. I left the box where it was. That night, my neighbor knocked on my door around 10 o'clock. Alex, who lived in the unit above mine and had always been pleasant but distant, the kind of neighbor you nod at in the hallway. They looked uncomfortable. "I'm sorry to bother you," Alex said, "but I wanted to check if you were okay. I've been hearing sounds from your place, and I just wanted to make sure nothing was wrong. My apartment was quiet. Had been quiet all evening." I told Alex that, confused, and they seemed to relax slightly, though not entirely. "I could have sworn I heard footsteps," they said, walking back and forth. "I thought maybe you'd fallen or something, but it's fine. I'm sorry." I shouldn't have. I assured them it was fine, that I appreciated the concern, but as I closed the door, I found myself listening to my own apartment for the first time in months, listening for movement that wasn't there. It was quiet, profoundly quiet. The box remained in my closet through Friday and Saturday. I went to work, attended a meeting, ordered lunch at the same cafe I always did, and tried to exist within the normal parameters of my life. But there was a new texture to everything, a sense that I was moving through the world with something attached to me, some invisible weight that made my actions feel slightly displaced, as though I was operating just a fraction of a second behind the rest of reality. Sunday morning, I woke to find the kitchen cabinet above the stove open. I never use that cabinet. It's too high, and it's where my mother had kept things that didn't fit anywhere else. Take-out menus from restaurants that had closed decades ago, instruction manuals for appliances she no longer owned, photographs of people whose names she'd forgotten. When I'd inherited the apartment after her death, I'd simply left it there, sealed away, something to deal with later. Later had become years. The cabinet was open, wide open. Nothing was disturbed as far as I could tell, but the door hung there like a mouth, and I stood in my kitchen for a long time before I reached up and carefully closed it. That afternoon I opened my laptop to find a document on my desktop I didn't create. The file name was just a date, today's date, and the document contained only a single sentence, typed in a font I didn't recognize. "The smell is coming back, isn't it?" I stared at that sentence for a very long time. Then I deleted it. Then I emptied the trash. Then I ran a virus scan, which found nothing, which somehow made the whole thing worse. By Monday, the strange events had taken on a rhythm I could almost predict. The dreams came every night now, and they were becoming less abstract. They were showing me specific moments. My mother in the kitchen, singing something without words. The sound of rain on the roof in my childhood bedroom. The feeling of the banister beneath my hand as I descended the stairs. Each sensation more vivid than memory had any right to be. I called my mother's lawyer, something I hadn't done in over a year. "I'm thinking of going back to the house," I told him. "Checking on things." He seemed surprised. "Is there a problem?" The property management company I recommended? No, nothing like that. "I just want to make sure everything is in order." He assured me that it was. The house was being maintained, the taxes were being paid, and as far as he knew, everything was exactly as it had been since my mother's death. As it had been. Waiting that night, I pulled the box from my closet. I sat on my bed for a long time with it balanced on my knees, feeling the weight of whatever was inside. The tape was old, yellowed with age. And my name was printed on the label in careful letters. I didn't open it, not yet. But I kept it on my bed as I slept, and for the first time, I didn't dream. Instead, I lay in a state somewhere between waking and sleeping, aware of the box's presence in the darkness, aware of something else that wasn't quite a sound, a vibration in the air itself, a frequency just at the edge of my perception. By Tuesday morning, I knew I would have to go back. The knowledge didn't come as a surprise or a shock. It arrived like a fact that had always been true, something I'd simply been too afraid to acknowledge. The drive was inevitable, the return was inevitable, and whatever was waiting in that house on Maple Street, whatever had been patient through 7 years of absence, was no longer content with my proximity. It wanted me there, in the spaces where it lived, in the rooms where it had watched me grow up, where it had learned the particular shape of my presence, the specific tenor of my fear. I called in sick to work on Wednesday. I packed a bag with clothes and toiletries, moving through the process mechanically, as though I was an observer watching someone else prepare for a journey they couldn't refuse. The box remained on my bed. I looked at it one final time before I left, and I could swear, though I knew this was impossible, that the label had changed. The words seemed different now. They read, "Come home." I didn't write that. I was certain of it. But I was also certain of very little else anymore. The drive back to Maple Street took 3 hours, the same 3 hours it had taken before. The road was the same. The sky was the same. The gradual shift from city to suburbs to the particular quiet of the older residential neighborhoods was identical to what I'd experienced days before. But I was different. I could feel it in the way my hands gripped the steering wheel, in the way my breath felt shallow, in the absolute absence of any resistance or denial. Some part of me had been preparing for this return since the moment I left. Some part of me had always known that 3 hours was never meant to be the end of anything, It was only ever meant to be a pause. As I turned onto Maple Street, I saw that the front porch light was on. I had not turned it on. I was certain of that, absolutely certain, and yet there it was, a warm yellow glow against the late afternoon, a beacon, an invitation, a signal that said, without any words at all, I have been waiting. And now you are home. I sat in the car for 15 minutes after I turned off the engine. The porch light cast a shape against the front window, my shape, somehow, though I wasn't standing in front of it. The shadow hung there like a memory projected onto glass. When I finally opened the door and stepped out, the shadow didn't move with me. It remained exactly where it was, patient and waiting. The air was different than I remembered. Not colder exactly, but denser somehow, as though it had texture now. Wait. It pressed against my skin as I walked up the driveway, and I found myself moving slowly, deliberately, each step a small negotiation with some part of me that was still capable of fear. The front door was unlocked. I stood in the foyer with my bag still in my hand, and the knowledge of that unlocked door moved through me like a chill. The Lord had said everything was maintained. He had said nothing about locks being opened. The air inside the house was still, completely still, without even the whisper of draft that usually accompanied an open entryway. It was as though the house had been holding its breath, waiting for me to cross the threshold, and now it was holding it still. I set my bag down slowly and listened. There was no sound. That was what struck me most immediately. A house this old should have creaked, should have settled, should have produced the small ambient noises of a structure breathing around me. Instead, there was only silence. A silence so complete that it became its own presence, its own form of attention. The living room was exactly as I remembered it. The furniture arranged in the same configuration. The paintings on the walls in their same positions. But something was wrong in a way I couldn't quite articulate. The proportions seemed slightly off. The distance from the couch to the window seemed too far. The angle of the light through the glass fell in a way that didn't match my memories of afternoon light in this room. Or perhaps my memories were wrong. Perhaps they had always been wrong. I moved deeper into the house. The hallway was narrower than I recalled, the walls pressing closer on either side. The photographs that lined the corridor, my mother in various ages, me as a child, images from years I barely remembered, seemed to follow me as I passed. I'd seen these photographs hundreds of times. I'd grown up surrounded by them. But now their eyes held something I hadn't noticed before. A kind of recognition, a kind of hunger. I climbed the stairs. Each step felt like it took longer than it should have. The runner carpet that covered the treads was the same shade of blue it had always been, but it felt thicker under my feet, softer, as though it was absorbing some quality from me with each step. By the time I reached the second-floor landing, I was breathing deliberately, carefully, as though I was rationing the air available to me. The door to my childhood bedroom was closed. It had been closed when I left 7 years ago. The lawyer had told me the house was maintained, not that it remained in stasis. But the door looked the same as it had always looked, with the same paint. The same brass handle, the same distance from the top of the frame to the molding. There was dust on the handle, I thought. Or perhaps not dust, perhaps something else. The surface felt warm when I touched it, warm in a way that made me pull my hand back quickly. I opened the door. The room was exactly as I had left it. That was the first thing I understood. Not similar, not roughly the same. Exactly the same. The bed was made with the same blanket. The books were arranged on the shelf in the same order. The writing desk faced the window at the same angle. Even the small lamp on the nightstand was switched on, casting a warm glow over everything, though I had turned it off before I left. I was certain I had turned it off. But standing in the doorway, I couldn't imagine that I had ever done anything different. I walked to the desk and sat down. The window faced the backyard, and the yard was obscured by growing darkness. It was only late afternoon, but it was dark outside. Or perhaps time had moved differently than I'd realized. The glass was cold against my fingertips. I pressed my palm flat against it and felt the December chill seeping through from outside, felt the vast cold of the world beyond this room. And then I felt something else, a warmth at my back, a presence that had entered the room while I was looking out the window. I turned slowly in the chair. The room was empty. The doorway was empty. There was nothing there that I could see, but the cold from the window paled in comparison to the cold that moved through me then, the cold of absolute knowledge, the understanding that I was not alone in this room, and that whoever or whatever shared this space with me was not a thing that could be seen in any conventional way. "You kept your box," a voice said. It wasn't a voice exactly. It was more like the thought of a voice, appearing in my mind fully formed, as though it had always been there and I was only now remembering it. But it came from everywhere and nowhere. From the walls themselves, perhaps, or from the spaces between the words. "It's still on my bed," I heard myself say. "At my apartment." "No," the voice said. "You kept it. You brought it with you." I looked down at my hands. The box was there. Somehow I hadn't carried it down from my bed. I hadn't packed it. But it was balanced on my lap, heavy and present, exactly as it had been the night I pulled it from my closet. My name was on the label, my name in careful letters. And as I watched, unable to move, unable to do anything but observe, the label began to change. The letters rearranged themselves, reconfiguring into new words, new meanings from her. Before the end, before she had to go. My mother's handwriting. But my mother had been dead for 7 years. I opened the box. Inside there were photographs. They were in order, a sequence of images that documented something I had no memory of witnessing. In the first image, I was much younger, perhaps 12 or 13. I was standing in this room, and I was terrified. The fear was written across my face in a way that made me look like a stranger to myself. In the second image, I was older. I was standing in the hallway, and something was visible at the edge of the frame. Just a shadow. Just a suggestion of something that existed in the negative space of the photograph itself. The sequence continued through images that grew progressively darker, harder to interpret. I was in the kitchen, the basement, the attic. And with each image, whatever existed at the edges of the frame grew more present, more defined, until in the final photographs it filled the entire background. It was just a shape, really, a darkness that was somehow denser than the surrounding darkness, an absence that was more real than presence. And in the last image, my mother was standing beside me, and she was smiling. She stayed as long as she could, the voice said. She was very strong, very determined. But eventually, even the strong ones have to let go. I looked up from the photographs. Standing at the foot of my childhood bed was a shape that wasn't quite there. I could see the room through it, could see the wall, the window, the darkness outside. But I could also see the shape itself. Or rather, I could see the absence of the shape, the place where things seemed to gather around it rather than existing independently. It had my mother's silhouette. It wore her posture like a garment. She wanted to protect you, it said. She was very good at that. But protection requires distance, and distance was never meant to be permanent. I stood up. I didn't remember making the decision to stand. The box fell to the floor, and the photographs scattered across the carpet, each one landing face up, each one showing me the same truth I had always known. The house had always been here. The presence had always been present. My mother's absence was not an ending, it was a transfer, a transition, a doorway opening instead of closing. "What do you want?" I whispered. "I want what I have always wanted," it said. "I want what your mother kept me from having. I want you to understand what it means to stay, not to leave for 3 hours, not to leave for 7 years, not to try to exist in a place where I have no claim, but to stay, to be here, to be home." The darkness at the edges of the room deepened. She was so afraid the voice continued, and now it sounded almost sad, almost compassionate. She was so afraid that if you stayed, you might become like her, like me, like us. But she never understood that fear and protection are not the same thing. She never understood that some doors, once opened, cannot be closed. Some presences cannot be denied. Some homes have appetites that will not be sated, that cannot be sated not by absence or distance or the desperate accumulation of years. I backed toward the doorway. My legs moved on their own. My body still retained some memory of survival instinct, some buried knowledge of self-preservation. I backed into the hallway and turned. The stairs were there, and the front door was there, and the world beyond the threshold was still there, still waiting. But as I reached the top of the stairs, I felt it stop me. Not physically. There was no hand on my shoulder, no force pulling me backward. But something in the hallway solidified. Something became real in a way that made forward motion impossible. I could not leave. I understood this the way I understood the unlocked door, the warm light on the porch, the box that had traveled with me without traveling. It was not a question of locks or choices, or the simple act of placing one foot in front of another. It was a realization about the nature of the house itself and my relationship to it. I had been called home. Now I would have to learn what it meant to stay. The hallway grew lighter, not brighter exactly, but more present, more solid. The walls became sharper. The photographs became clearer, and in each one I began to see something I hadn't noticed before. In the background of each image, there was another face, watching, waiting, patient with the particular patience of something that existed outside of time itself. I turned back toward my childhood bedroom. The door was open. The room was waiting. And somewhere inside me, something that had been held in tension for 7 years finally began to release, to surrender, to recognize that resistance had never been anything but an illusion, one last gift from a mother who had tried, with all her strength, to protect me from understanding the truth of what lived inside the walls of the place where I had always belonged. I took a step forward, and then another, and the door behind me slowly closed. Part 4. Aftermath, the days after, took on a quality of suspension. I say days, but I'm uncertain whether that's accurate. Time moved differently inside the house. There were windows, and light came and went through them, but whether that light corresponded to any actual passage of hours felt increasingly beside the point. I woke, or perhaps had never slept in my childhood bed. The mattress was the same one I remembered, though how it had remained undegraded for 7 years no one had mentioned. It felt the same beneath my back. The ceiling was the same. The crack in the plaster running from the corner near the window toward the center of the room was exactly where it had always been. I remembered staring at that crack during countless childhood nights, trying to trace its path, trying to find some logic to its fracturing. The crack had not grown. It had not changed. Everything in the house existed in a state of perfect preservation, which was itself a kind of deterioration. The dust on the dresser was the dust I remembered. The color of the walls, a pale blue my mother had chosen when I was 5, had not faded or deepened. Even the smell was exactly as it had been, that particular combination of old wood, undisturbed air, and something mineral beneath it, like the house was built on top of something that went very far down. I sat up. My body moved without the stiffness of sleep. I felt neither tired nor energized. I felt more than anything present in a way that had become almost unbearable. The house was quiet. This was the first thing I noticed when I tried to leave the bedroom. The silence was complete in a way that silence had never been complete in the outside world. There were no ambient sounds, no distant traffic, no hum of electricity, no settling of wood. Even my own breathing seemed dampened, as if the air itself was absorbing the sound before it could fully form. I moved through the hallway. The photographs were still there, still watching, but I didn't look at them anymore. Looking had stopped being necessary. I understood now what I was seeing in those background faces, and understanding was a kind of completion. The kitchen was exactly as it had been left. There was a coffee cup on the counter. My mother's cup, I think. The one with the small chip on the rim that she'd had for as long as I could remember. I picked it up. The ceramic was neither warm nor cold. When I tilted it, there was water inside, clear and still, and it reflected nothing when I looked into it. I should have been hungry. The thought occurred to me, abstract and distant, like remembering a fact about someone else. I should have been thirsty. My body should have demanded something. But I felt complete in a way that made such demands seem irrelevant, like concerns that belonged to a different person, someone who still existed in the world beyond the threshold. The front door was closed now. I approached it sometimes, stood in front of it, placed my hand on the wood. The door did not lock, and nothing prevented me from opening. But when I tried, I would find myself returning to some other room before the action was completed. Not forced, never forced, but gently redirected the way water finds its way around an obstacle, without ever acknowledging the obstacle's existence. The house had what it wanted. I understood this not as sadness or resignation, but as the settling of some ancient transaction. My mother had kept me out for 7 years. Now the house was being allowed to keep me in. It was balanced. It was equitable in a way that had nothing to do with fairness and everything to do with the mathematics of a place that existed partially outside the world I had come from. A week passed, or perhaps a month. There was a calendar in the kitchen, and it still showed the month I had arrived. But I noticed that sometimes the page had been turned, and sometimes it had turned itself back. I stopped looking at it. I found myself settling into routines. I would wake in the bedroom, or rather, I would return to consciousness in the bedroom, as if Awakening implied a journey from somewhere else, and I would move through the house. I would stand in the kitchen and contemplate the empty refrigerator. I would sit in the living room and look at the furniture that had supported my childhood lounging and my mother's careful sitting. I would climb the attic stairs and look at the boxes without opening them. Sometimes I would stand at the top of the basement stairs and listen to the quiet that came from below. That quiet was different from the quiet elsewhere in the house. It was a full quiet, an expectant quiet, as if the basement was waiting for something, had been waiting for a very long time, and might wait for a very long time more. I didn't go down. What surprised me most was how little I thought about leaving. The longing I had expected to feel, the desperate pull toward the outside world, toward the people I had known, toward the life I had constructed outside these walls, never materialized. It was as if that person had lived and died and left me with only the memory of caring, the memory of urgency, without the actual sensation itself. Sometimes, in the evening light that came through the living room windows, I could almost see her. Not clearly, never clearly, but there was a presence in the chair where she used to sit, a weight in the cushions, a particular density of air in that space. I never spoke to it. We had nothing to say that hadn't already been said, but I would sit across from it, and we would share the silence of the house together, and that seemed to be enough. I tried calling my friend Taylor once. I found my phone in my jacket pocket. The jacket hung in the hallway closet exactly where I had left it, and my jacket pocket contained my phone, my wallet, my keys, and I held the phone and looked at the cracked screen. The battery indicator showed a full charge. When I tried to dial, the phone displayed no signal, but it also displayed no message saying no signal. The screen simply remained blank. Waiting, I set the phone back in my pocket and closed the closet door. There was a routine to the house, I realized, and I was being folded into it like a photograph pressed into an album. Not roughly, not with any violence or urgency. The house had all the time in the world. It had been waiting this long. It could afford to be patient. My clothes remained unchanged. The same jeans, the same shirt I had worn when I arrived. When I thought about this, about the fact that I had not changed my clothes, had not showered, had not engaged in any of the rituals that organized daily existence, I felt a distant alarm, like an alarm ringing in another house, far away. The alarm could not reach me here. Here, the fact that I did not need to change seemed not unusual but inevitable. It was in the third week, or the fourth, when I noticed the first real change. I was in the kitchen, standing in front of the sink, and I realized that the water had begun running. Not visibly. There was no water flowing from the tap, no wet surfaces to indicate recent activity. But I could hear it. Beneath the floorboards, in the walls, in the pipes that ran through the house's body like arteries, the water was moving. It was a soft sound, almost below the threshold of hearing, but once I perceived it, I could not unhear it. The water was moving through the house all the time. It always had been. I had simply been deaf to it until now. I placed my hand on the counter. The countertop was exactly as it had always been, clean, cool, solid, but I could feel the vibration now, very faint, running through the wood and the stone beneath it. The water was moving beneath my palm, and it had been moving all along, and it would continue to move long after I had ceased to move at all. That night, and yes, there were nights, or rather, The house observed a pattern of darkness and light, and I observed it with it. I stood in the hallway looking at the photographs. I made myself look at them properly this time. My mother appeared in all of them, but so did someone else. They stood in the background, or sometimes at the edge of the frame, or sometimes closer than that, sometimes so close that I wondered how my mother had posed, smiling, with that figure so near to her shoulder. The figure was indistinct in each image, smeared slightly as if they had moved during the long exposure, or as if they existed only partially in a space that accepted photography. But they were there. They had always been there. I understood that my mother had seen them too, that she had spent her childhood in this house with them as my companion, not companion, that she had felt them the way I now felt them, as an ambient presence, a thickness in the air, a particular weight to silence. And she had run. She had married, had me, had built a life in the outside world, all in an attempt to make distance between herself and the thing that lived in the spaces of her childhood home, until she couldn't maintain the distance anymore, until the pull became too strong, until she had to come back and leave me in her place, the way a tree might shed a branch to preserve the whole. I turned away from the photographs and went to bed. In the morning, or in the state that I had begun to think of as morning, I found something new in the house. Not new. It had probably always been there. But newly visible to me, or newly visible in a way that I could acknowledge without falling away from the acceptance I had learned. In the attic among the boxes there was a room I had not seen before, or rather, I had seen it, had walked past it, had processed it as existing, but I had not truly perceived it until now. It was small, almost a closet, and it contained a shelf. On the shelf were journals, dozens of them, all in the same careful handwriting, my mother's handwriting. I pulled one out at random. The date on the cover was from 7 years before my birth, a time when my mother had not yet left the house, a time when she still believed, I suppose, that she could live somewhere and maintain her sanity. The entries were sparse, sometimes just a single sentence. It watched me sleep again last night. The water pipes are singing. It sounds almost like my name. I saw my father in the hallway. He's been dead for 12 years. He didn't acknowledge me. It touched my shoulder today, just briefly. I felt cold for hours afterward. I did not read all of them. I did not want to know the full trajectory of her unraveling, the slow erosion of her resistance, the moment-by-moment documentation of the house's claim on her consciousness. But I took one journal with me, placed it in the kitchen, and told myself I would read it all eventually. Eventually, the word seemed to mean something different now, something more expansive. There was all the time in the world. There had always been all the time in the world. On what I will call the 4th week, my phone rang. I was standing in the living room, not doing anything in particular, simply existing in the space as I had learned to do, when the ringing began. It came from my jacket pocket, insistent and impossible. I had no signal. No one should have been able to reach me. I took the phone out. The screen showed Teller. I answered it. "Hello?" I said. My voice sounded strange to me, or perhaps the house sounded strange around my voice, dampening it, absorbing it. Oh my God, Taylor's voice came through, thin and distorted, like a transmission from very far away. Oh my God, where have you been? It's been almost a month. I've been calling. I've been so worried. I called the police. They went to the house, but the words began to break apart, to fracture into static and silence. I'm fine, I said. It was true. I had never been better. I had never been more complete. Family in the house told me no one can't get you to. The signal was failing. But before it failed completely, before the line dissolved into white noise, I heard Taylor say something else, something that cut through the static with absolute clarity, as if the house itself was allowing me to hear it. Your mother's still missing. No one knows. The phone went dead. I stood with the device in my hand, staring at the blank screen. Missing, the word meant something different now. Missing implied absence, implied a gap in the world, implied a presence that should have been somewhere but wasn't. My mother was not missing. She was here. She had always been here. She would always be here. And now, so was I. I set the phone on the counter next to the water-filled cup, the cup that still reflected nothing when I looked into it, the cup that had been waiting all this time, for the moment when I would learn to stop seeing the water and start seeing only the emptiness it contained, infinite and patient and complete. Outside, I knew without looking, the sun was setting. But here, in the house, it was neither day nor night. It was the space between, the threshold, the doorway that had never closed because it had never truly been open. And in the basement, beneath the house, in the place where the water was always moving, something was settling in. Something was making room. Something that had been waiting 7 years for me was now preparing to wait for whatever came next. I could almost hear it turning over in its sleep, making space in its hunger, opening its mouth to welcome the evening and whatever visitors it might bring in the long years ahead. The house was perfect. The house was patient. And I, at last, had come home. Story 5. The inherited library rearranges itself while I sleep. The key to the library had never been used before. I could tell by the resistance the lock didn't want to turn. It took both hands, a small rotation each way to loosen decades of stillness before the mechanism finally yielded with a sound like bone cracking. I'm not superstitious. I don't believe in signs, but I remember thinking, as I pushed the heavy door inward, that some things stay locked for a reason. The air that came out was not the dead air of a sealed room. It was something else. Something that moved across my face like breath held and then released. Dust spiraled in the afternoon light that cut through the tall windows, creating columns of bright and shadow that made the space feel both enormous and intimate at once. The smell was particular, old paper certainly, but underneath that something else, something like fabric that has been folded too long, or flowers pressed between pages until they lose all color. I stepped inside. The library occupied the entire eastern wing of my great-aunt Elaine's house. 3 stories of it, connected by a wrought iron spiral staircase that climbed through the center like the spiral of a shell. I'd been told it was extensive. The estate lawyer had mentioned it as a kind of apology, as though an enormous personal library were a burden I was being kind to accept. It wasn't until I stood in the doorway that I understood what extensive actually meant. Floor to ceiling, every wall, rolling ladders on brass tracks that ran the perimeter of each level, their wheels small and precise. The shelves weren't uniform, Some were deep mahogany, some painted white so old the paint had yellowed. Some were simple metal racks that looked like they belonged in a warehouse. The books themselves varied wildly in size and spine width, arranged in a way that at first seemed chaotic, then began to reveal itself as something else entirely. They were organized by color, not author, not title, not even subject as far as I could immediately tell. Spines of deep burgundy gathered in one section, transitioning through to reds and then into pinks and whites. Across another wall, blues cascaded from navy at one end to pale gray blue at the other. Greens, blacks, oranges, purples, each shade gradating into the next like a spectrum that had been carefully, painstakingly arranged across the architecture of the room. It was, I had to admit, beautiful, obsessive, but beautiful. A single reading chair sat in the center of the main floor, positioned in front of the tallest windows. It was upholstered in dark green fabric, worn thin at the armrests, with a small side table beside it, empty now, but clearly designed to hold a drink, or a notebook, or both. The legs of the chair had left permanent indentations in the rug beneath it, marks of a shape that had not moved in a very long time. I set my suitcase down by the door and walked slowly into the room. My footsteps sounded strange here, too present, too alive. The dust rose with each step, each breath I took, turning the light columns visible like suspended snow. My name is Morgan. I was 34 years old that day in September when I inherited the house. I'd had a job until 6 months prior, marketing coordinator for a hospitality company, but restructuring had made me efficient, and efficiency in business means there was no longer a position to be efficient in. I'd been freelancing, mostly doing work that was intermittent and slightly soul-crushing. The inheritance had arrived like a reprieve. The house was fully funded, the taxes paid. The lawyer had made it clear that Lean's estate was generous, that she had invested well, that I would not need to worry about money for some time if I lived carefully. I had decided to live here carefully, to take time, to think about what came next in the kind of silence that only an old house can provide. I had not expected the library. I had learned about Elaine only through fragments. She'd been my father's aunt, the last of her generation to die. There had been Christmas cards sometimes when I was very young with careful handwriting inside. I remembered visiting once, perhaps, or someone had told me I'd visited. There was a vague image of high ceilings and dark furniture, but I couldn't be certain it was real memory and not just the story of memory, passed down and reconstructed so many times it had lost its original shape. No one had spoken of her much. This was the greatest detail I could glean. She had never married, had lived in the house for nearly 60 years, had been mostly private. Kind, meticulous, prone to order, this much was obvious from every room I'd walked through so far. The rest remained sealed. I climbed to the second level using the spiral staircase, running my hand along the iron rail. It was warm from the sun. The second level was smaller but equally dense with books, and the same color organization continued here, though I noticed that some of the sections seemed to overlap the divisions from below. A shelf of burgundies on the second floor appeared to transition into the reds of the first level directly beneath it, creating a kind of visual continuity that must have taken tremendous planning to achieve. Someone had spent a great deal of time here, not just reading, organizing, rearranging, living. I spent the afternoon moving through the space, taking inventory of what I had inherited. There were no labels, no system I could identify beyond the color gradient. I looked for publication dates, author surnames, any logic that might underlie the organization, but there was nothing. A leather-bound volume of Emerson's essays sat next to a mass-market paperback of a mystery novel from the 1980s, both spine out, both chosen purely because their covers were the same burnt orange. It was methodical. It was complete. It was in a way that began to unsettle me the longer I observed it, deeply personal. This was not the organizational system of someone interested in efficiency. This was the product of someone for whom the books themselves, their appearance, their color, their visual weight in the space, had become more important than their content. By evening, I had moved only 2 shelves worth of books. I had created a small section of inventory on my laptop, noting title, author, publication date, and color classification. I had not made a dent. The library seemed to expand the more I looked at it, rooms opening into further rooms of shelves, the spiral staircase revealing additional floors that I had somehow missed. I left the library as the sun was setting, pulling the door closed behind me, but not locking it. The ledger for the house was in the kitchen, a thick thing with room-by-room notes about maintenance, previous repairs, quirks of the heating system. I made tea and sat at the long dining table, reading about water damage in the south corner of the 3rd floor, and a radiator that occasionally knocked in the winter like something trying to get out. At midnight, I went upstairs to the bedroom I'd chosen, the smaller one, at the front of the house, with windows that looked out onto the street. I had brought sheets, a comforter, a pillow that smelled like my apartment's washing detergent. I had made the bed myself and lay down in the darkness, listening to the house settle around me. It was an old place. It made sounds. Creaks in the floorboards, the faint hum of pipes, the wind finding its way through the frames of windows that had not been perfectly sealed in 40 years. I was used to the quiet hum of apartment buildings, the distant sound of traffic, neighbors moving through adjacent spaces. This was different. This was solitude with a physical presence. I fell asleep thinking about the library, about the way the dust had caught the light, about the reading chair positioned so precisely in the center of the room. I fell asleep thinking about the question, why would someone sit there, alone, surrounded by books organized by color, night after night, year after year, until the chair legs had worn permanent marks into the floor. I woke at 3 a.m. without knowing why. There was no sound that had disturbed me, no nightmare I could remember. Just a sudden, complete awareness of being awake, as though someone had switched on a light in my head. I lay in the darkness for several minutes, listening. The house was quiet now, the settling sounds of evening having given way to the deeper quiet of night. My heart was beating normally. I was not afraid. I simply could not fall back asleep. At 4:30, I gave up and got out of bed. I made coffee and sat in the kitchen, watching the darkness gradually lighten at the edges of the windows. By 6, the house was becoming visible again, the kitchen gradually revealing itself in the pale pre-dawn gray. The kitchen was as meticulous as the rest of the house, everything in its place, everything in order. The refrigerator empty except for the water pitcher I'd bought at the grocery store yesterday. The cabinets containing dishes and glasses and utensils, all arranged with clear intentionality. Someone had lived a very deliberate life here. At 8, I made more coffee and found myself drawn back toward the library. The eastern wing was filled with morning light now, and I had the thought, unprompted, sudden, that I should check on it, that something had changed. The thought was so specific, so certain, that I didn't question it. I simply walked. The library door was still closed, still unlocked. I opened it to the same dusty smell, the same columns of light, the same cathedral silence. Everything had moved. The reorganization was not complete, but it was systematic. Entire shelves had shifted. The section of deep burgundy that had occupied the western wall of the second level had migrated to the eastern corner of the first floor, their spines still perfectly face out, still organized by gradient. The blues that had been on the far end of the upper shelf were now distributed across the middle level of the center wall, interspersed with colors they hadn't been adjacent to before. The rolling ladders, I was certain, had not been positioned where they now sat. One was pulled up to the third level, its wheels locked. Another was in the corner by the windows, as though someone had finished their work and left it there to be found. My coffee cup felt suddenly very heavy in my hand. I told myself that I had misremembered, that I was tired, that the light was different now than it had been yesterday, and different light would make the arrangement appear different even if nothing had actually moved. I was not a person given to alarm. I was practical. I was rational. I had spent the afternoon yesterday in this room, and if I had failed to notice certain details, that was on me. But I had placed those burgundy volumes carefully. I had done this myself. I had removed each one, noted its color, and arranged it in the spectrum. I had used a rolling ladder to reach the higher shelves. I had been methodical. I knew what I had left here when I closed the door at sunset. I set my coffee on the side table beside the reading chair and walked slowly through the space, mapping the changes in my mind. I moved to the second level using the spiral staircase. I moved to the third level, though I had not fully explored it yesterday. I confirmed what I already knew. Everything was rearranged. Everything except the reading chair. It still faced the windows. It still sat in the center of the room. The indentations in the rug were still present, marking the place where it had not moved, where nothing had disturbed it. The indentations looked fresh. Suddenly, I could see them clearly now in the morning light, as though someone had just settled into the chair and then stood again. I did not walk home to the rest of the house. I did not leave the library that morning to call a locksmith or the police or anyone at all. I stood very still in the center of the room, understanding with a clarity that had nothing to do with logic that I had made a terrible mistake, that something in this house had been waiting, that Elaine had not simply organized her books by color out of aesthetic preference, that she had been alone for a reason. The morning light filled the library around me, bright and clear, illuminating every detail of the space with terrible precision. It was only then that I noticed something else, something I should have seen yesterday but somehow had missed. There were no photographs in the house, no mirrors, no reflections of any kind, except for the windows, and those showed only the world outside. In the library, the windows showed only the gardens, and the wall beyond, and nothing of the room itself. The books, though, reflected perfectly in the glass when the light was right. Each spine, each gradient of color, each careful placement. It was as though the room existed twice, once in front of me and once again in the glass. I looked at the second reflection for a long moment before I looked away. Hashtag the inherited library rearranges itself while I sleep. Part 2, I left the library that morning. But I did not leave the house. The rational part of me, the part that had driven here with legal documents and a sense of quiet inheritance, suggested that what I had experienced was explainable. Elaine had been meticulous. Perhaps she had kept detailed notes about her organizational system. Perhaps I had misremembered the original arrangement. The human memory is notoriously unreliable, especially when tired, especially when processing the strangeness of a new space. I could call the estate lawyer. I could ask if there were documents. I could hire someone to catalog the collection before I attempted anything else. But I did not do any of those things. Instead, I moved through the first level of the house with a methodical attention I had not employed the day before. The kitchen was sparse but immaculate. The stove had never been used. I could tell by the pristine condition of the burners, the unmarked glass cooktop. A single set of dishes occupied one cabinet, a single glass, a single mug, a single plate. The refrigerator contained only water and a block of cheese so old it had begun to crystallize. There was no television in the main rooms, no radio, no clock that I could find. Though the house kept extraordinary time, I checked my watch repeatedly, and it was always exactly where the light suggested it should be. The bedrooms on the second floor were all identical. Each contained a bed, neatly made with white linens. Each had a window facing the same direction. Each was completely empty of personal effects. All except one. The room at the far end of the hallway had a nightstand with a lamp. Beside the lamp was a book. I recognized it immediately. It was the red volume from the fiction section, the one that had moved from the lower shelves to eye level. I picked it up carefully as though it might be fragile. The spine cracked as I opened it. The pages were yellowed, the text dense and small. No inscription marked the inside cover, no margin notes in any hand I could identify. It fell open naturally to a passage near the middle, as though it had been read and reread at that exact location. The binding wanted to rest there. The house knows what it contains, and it will not allow you to forget. Some places are patient. Some places wait for someone to arrive who understands that the waiting has a purpose. I closed the book without reading further. That night, I locked my bedroom door from the inside and slept poorly in one of the identical beds. I woke several times with the distinct sensation that I had just heard something, a sound at the threshold of perception. Present only in the moment before consciousness, then gone. By the time I was fully awake, the silence had reasserted itself so completely that I could not trust my own senses. When dawn came, I was relieved to leave the bedroom. The library had shifted again. Not dramatically, not in any way that I could specifically articulate to another person without sounding unwell. But the books had moved. I was certain of it. The sections had rearranged themselves during the night, and this time I paid close attention to the logic of the new configuration. They were no longer arranged by color or by author. Instead, they seemed to follow some system of thickness, the thinnest volumes on the left progressing to the thickest on the right. It was almost mathematical in its precision. I ran my hand along the spines and felt the subtle gradation, the invisible line between one category and the next. There were approximately 400 books in the library. I knew this because I had counted them, standing in the center of the room with a piece of paper and a pen I found in a desk drawer. 417 to be exact. I had made a note of it. I had written the number down and placed it on the reading desk, as though documentation might anchor me to something verifiable. The paper was gone this morning. I found it later, slipped between the pages of a book near the middle of the new arrangement. The book was closed, the paper inside like a bookmark, but there was no way it could have gotten there on its own. I pulled it free and checked the number I had written, 417. The count was still correct. Hello? I called out into the empty house. The words sounded small and foolish. I did not call out again. Instead, I began to develop a theory. The theory was this: Elaine had been a cataloger of some kind, perhaps a librarian or an archivist. She had arranged the books according to multiple systems, testing each one, searching for the perfect organizational logic. The red book, the one I found on the nightstand, contained the notes of someone conducting an experiment. The movements I was witnessing were simply the final stages of that experiment, triggered perhaps by my arrival, by the disturbance of the books themselves when I had first touched them. It was an elegant theory. It required no supernatural explanation. It was entirely rational. It was also false, and I knew it. The evidence was in the details that didn't fit the narrative I was constructing for myself. The photograph in Elaine's bedroom, the one that hadn't been there yesterday. The one I found resting against the lamp showed 3 people in a garden. I did not recognize any of them. The photograph was old, probably from decades past, and the people in it were looking away from the camera, their faces slightly turned, their attention absorbed by something happening beyond the frame. I placed the photograph back where I found it. I did not examine it closely. Some part of me understood that familiarity with those faces might constitute a kind of acceptance, an acknowledgement that the house was showing me things it wanted me to see. The days began to blur together after that. I kept no calendar. I did not mark the passing of time in any formal way. Instead, I measured the library's changes, the accumulating small strangeness of the house. The reading chair moved, just slightly. I would find it rotated a few degrees, as though someone had settled into it and adjusted their position. I would move it back to face the windows, and the next morning it would be askew again. Once, I found it positioned to face the wall instead of the windows. I stared at the blank plaster for a long moment, understanding something about intention, about the possibility that some presences have preferences about what they observe. Books began to appear that I did not remember cataloging. They were different editions of familiar titles, or works by authors I hadn't noticed in the collection before. There were 4 volumes of a diary, bound in dark cloth, with no author name. There was a scientific text on the habits of migratory birds, published in a city I had never heard of. There was a slim volume of poetry in a language I did not recognize, though the syntax suggested something European. Each morning brought new editions. I found a list on the reading desk one morning, written in a handwriting that was not my own. The handwriting was precise and old-fashioned, the kind of penmanship taught in schools decades ago. The list contained what appeared to be call numbers, library designations, but I recognized none of them. They did not correspond to any cataloging system I had ever seen. Below the list, a single sentence: "These were returned late." I burned the list in the kitchen fireplace. The paper caught quickly, the corners darkening and curling. I watched the words blacken and disappear into ash, and I felt something like relief, which was absurd. Burning a piece of paper accomplished nothing. It solved nothing. It was a gesture of defiance directed at a situation that did not respond to defiance. The house was watching. I had accepted this by the third week, or was it the fourth? I had stopped counting days. The house was watching, and it was patient, and it was teaching me something through the incremental strangeness of its behavior. The lesson was becoming clearer. Elaine had understood the library before I arrived. She had learned its language, its system, its desires. She had arranged herself within its logic until she became invisible, until she was just another carefully catalogued element. The books had not moved for her. They had been still and orderly and perfect. But I had arrived. I had touched them with unfamiliar hands. I had attempted to understand them through systems of my own devising. And now the library was rearranging itself in response, not to welcome me, but to communicate something about what it was, what it wanted. The red book appeared again, this time on the kitchen table, though I had left it in the bedroom. I did not open it. I did not want to know what passage it had fallen open to, what words had been written decades ago by someone sitting at this same table, eating from these same dishes, listening to the house arrange itself around her. Instead, I stood at the window and looked out at the gardens, which had become overgrown in ways I had not noticed before. The plants were growing in patterns that suggested intention rather than neglect. Certain pathways were kept clear. Other areas were deliberately dense, impenetrable, designed to obscure whatever lay beyond them. The wall at the far edge of the property had become difficult to see. When I looked at it directly, the perspective seemed wrong. It was both closer and farther away than it should have been. The tops of trees had grown to obscure the view, or perhaps they had always obscured it, and I had simply failed to notice. I realized, with a clarity that felt almost dangerous, that I was no longer certain what I had seen on the first day. The organization of the library, the condition of the house, the contents of the rooms, all of these details had begun to blur together into a narrative that might have been real, or might have been constructed by my own mind in response to the isolation and strangeness of the place. I had no mirror to verify my own appearance. I had not seen my face in days. The windows showed only the outside world, the gardens, the wall that might or might not be where I remembered it. That evening, I returned to the library and sat in the reading chair, facing the windows, exactly as Eileen must have sat in this same spot day after day. The light was fading. The books in the window's reflection were becoming clearer as the sun descended, the interior of the room growing more visible in the glass, while the outside world grew darker. I could see my own silhouette in the reflection, sitting in the chair, facing toward the windows and the darkening gardens beyond. Or I thought I could see it. When I turned to look behind me, there was no one there. Just the empty library and the books in their current arrangement, whatever that arrangement was, because I had stopped paying attention to their specific order. It no longer mattered. The order would change regardless of what I did or did not do. I sat in the chair until the last light faded from the sky. In the darkness, the windows became mirrors. I saw myself clearly then, sitting in the reading chair, facing forward, my hands resting on the arms of the seat in a posture of waiting. Behind me, slightly out of focus, other furniture began to appear in the reflection. Other chairs. A desk I did not remember. Books arranged on shelves that did not exist in the room as I perceived it. I did not turn around. When morning came, I found that the red book had been moved again. This time, it was open on the reading desk, and a new passage had been marked with a thin ribbon of dark cloth. I read only the first sentence before closing my eyes. The final stage of any system is perfect stillness, when everything has found its proper place, and nothing requires rearrangement anymore. The next 3 days disappeared into a pattern I did not create. I would wake in unfamiliar rooms, not just rooms I had not yet explored, rooms that seemed to exist only at certain hours, in certain qualities of light. The morning room on the second floor with the warped floorboards. The narrow hallway that descended when I was not paying attention. The narrow room behind the library that I had convinced myself I had dreamed. These spaces were becoming consistent. The warped floorboards were always in the same pattern. The hallway always descended at the same angle. The room behind the library always smelled of old paper and something else. Something like the air after a heavy rain, though I had not smelled rain since arriving. I began finding items arranged on surfaces where I had not placed them. A comb that was not mine laid across the washstand. A pair of slippers positioned precisely at the foot of the bed. A dress, navy blue, with small pearl buttons hanging from the wardrobe in the master bedroom, though I owned no such garment and had not opened that wardrobe since my first day. The significance of these objects was not lost on me. They belonged to someone. To Elaine, perhaps, or to whoever had occupied this house before Elaine, or to all of them simultaneously, arranged in this space as though time had folded in on itself and multiple people were living here at once, leaving traces of themselves like sediment in layers. I did not touch any of it. The books had begun to reorganize more rapidly now. Each morning, I would find entire sections moved to different rooms. The astronomy volumes had migrated from the library to the narrow hallway. The journals had been scattered throughout the house, one in each bedroom, one on the landing, one in the kitchen, arranged face up on the table, its pages yellowed and brittle. I opened one at random. The handwriting was small and precise, the kind that belongs to someone meticulous, or obsessive, or someone with a great deal of time to fill. The date at the top of the page read March 14th. No year was given. The arrangement is nearly complete. Yesterday I found that the blue book had placed itself on the highest shelf without my assistance. The house knows what must happen. I am only the instrument through which it expresses this knowledge. When everything is in its proper place, we will finally be able to rest, all of us. The weight of disorder will finally lift. The handwriting was not Elaine's. The loops were different, the pressure on the pen lighter. This had been written by someone else, someone who had lived here before me, before Elaine, perhaps decades before. Someone who had also felt the house's intentions and had tried to help them along. I closed the journal without reading further. That afternoon I made a decision. I would document every room, every object, every change. I would create a map of the house as it currently existed and compare it to my memory of how it had been. If the house was rearranging itself, I would find evidence. Concrete, undeniable proof that something other than my own deteriorating mind was responsible for these changes. I found a notebook, blank, unused, presumably waiting for me to discover it, and began my inventory. I moved through the house room by room, writing down furniture locations, window positions, door placements, noting which walls had shelves and which did not. My handwriting became increasingly frantic as I moved from space to space, because nothing was where I expected it to be, and more troublingly, nothing was where I had written it down as being even a few hours before. The reading chair had moved to the opposite side of the library. The wardrobe in the master bedroom had somehow migrated to the hallway, though the doorways were too narrow for it to have passed through without being disassembled. The narrow room behind the library had expanded, or the library had contracted, the doorway between them now leading into a longer, darker space than it had before. By evening I had filled 30 pages with contradictions. My own notes became evidence of my unreliability. Perhaps I had misremembered. Perhaps I had never been in these rooms before. Perhaps the house had always been this way, and my sense of disorder was purely internal. But there was one thing I was certain of. I had not written those journal entries. I had not left the comb and slippers. I had not moved the books, because I had stopped trying to arrange them days ago, and I had never in my life owned that navy blue dress. Something else lived in this house with me, something that was using the spaces between moments, the hours when I slept, the instants when I looked away, the minutes when I was too tired or too disoriented to pay proper attention, to assert its own will over the arrangements. The presence was not malevolent, I thought. It was not trying to harm me. It was simply organizing, putting things in order according to some logic I could not comprehend. And perhaps, like Elaine before me, like whoever had written those journals, I was meant to assist. Perhaps my presence here was not random. Perhaps I had inherited this house not just as a place to live, but as a task to complete. This thought should have terrified me. Instead, I felt something like relief. That night, I did not resist the house's arrangements. I did not try to document them or understand them. I simply moved through the spaces as they presented themselves, opening doors and finding new rooms, following corridors that twisted in directions that contradicted the geometry I had observed from outside. I ended up in a room I had never seen before, or perhaps it had never existed until I decided not to fight anymore. It was small and rectangular, with a high ceiling and walls lined entirely with shelves. The shelves held nothing but spines, thousands of books, maybe tens of thousands, arranged in a pattern that would take lifetimes to understand. In the center of the room was a simple wooden desk. On the desk lay a new journal, bound in soft leather. The first page was blank except for a single date at the top, today's date, in handwriting that looked almost like my own. I sat down slowly. Beside the journal was a pen, uncapped, waiting. A thin ribbon of dark cloth marked a section in the red book, which had followed me into this space through means I had stopped trying to explain. I read only the passage that had been marked. The final arrangement is not a static state. It is a constant process. The house does not settle into stillness. It continues to rearrange itself infinitely, and those who remain within it must rearrange themselves in response. This is not a burden. This is acceptance. This is the understanding that disorder and order are not opposites, but stages in a single endless movement. When you stop resisting the movement, you become part of it. You become finally at home. I opened the blank journal, my pen touched the first page, and I began to write. Hashtag Part 4. Aftermath the journal filled quickly. I wrote without stopping to think, without rereading, without the careful deliberation that had characterized all my previous documentation. The words came as if they had always been waiting to be transcribed. Not my thoughts, exactly, but something adjacent to them. Something that occupied the same space as my thoughts, but did not originate from inside my skull. The pen moved across the leather-bound pages in a hand that was mine and not mine, and I did not question this anymore. Days passed, or perhaps weeks. The concept of linear time had become as unreliable as the house's geometry. I would sit at the desk and write, filling page after page with observations about arrangement, about the logic beneath disorder, about the way a single displaced object could reshape an entire room's meaning. Sometimes I wrote about things I had never consciously thought about. Sometimes I wrote about rooms I had never entered. Sometimes I wrote in the voice of Elaine, or the woman before her, or someone whose name had not survived into the journals I had found. The house continued to rearrange itself, but I no longer woke to document the changes. I would simply move through the spaces as they revealed themselves, accepting that the hallway had lengthened, that a wall had shifted by inches, that a door now opened onto a room that contained a sink I had never seen before, its porcelain stained with something that might have been rust or might have been something else entirely. These observations went into the journal. The journal grew heavier. I began to notice that I was sleeping less. Not from insomnia. Sleep did not elude me when I attempted it. Rather, I seemed to require less of it. I would lie down in the bed in what I still called my bedroom, close my eyes for what felt like minutes, and wake refreshed. Time was compressing around me, or I was learning to move through it differently. The house had shown me how. And then, quite suddenly, the rearrangements stopped. I woke one morning to find that everything was exactly where it had been the day before. The books remained in their positions. The furniture did not shift. The corridors led to the same rooms in the same sequences. The presence, that particular attentiveness that had become as familiar as my own breathing, had retreated to some other level of the house, some other frequency of attention. For the first hour, I felt abandoned. Panic flickered at the edges of my consciousness. The house had released me, which meant the task was complete, which meant I should leave. I should pack my things and close the door and never think about this place again. I did none of these things. Instead, I sat in the library room, which had become, inevitably, my primary location, and waited to see if the presence would return. It did not. But it had not disappeared entirely. I could feel it the way you feel a door closed in a distant part of a house, not present in your immediate space, but undeniably there, separated from you by only the thickness of walls and the width of hallways. The journal lay on the desk where I had left it. I picked it up and opened it to the final entry I had written. The handwriting was increasingly difficult to distinguish from my own. In several places, I could not remember if the words were mine, or if I had simply read them so many times that they had lodged themselves in my memory with the texture of lived experience. I decided that I would resume the documentation, but on my own terms. Not in service to the house's arrangements, but as a record of this strange stillness. I opened a new page. I began to write about the silence, about the quality of light in the library room, about the settled shift in how the house felt now that it had stopped actively reorganizing itself. 3 days into this new documenting, I found something on my desk that had not been there before. It was small, a single object, barely larger than my thumb. It was a button, navy blue, slightly opaque, with 4 holes worn smooth by handling. I knew immediately that it had come from that dress. The navy blue dress that had appeared in my closet, that I had worn without consciously deciding to wear it, that had become as much a part of this place as the books and the walls. I did not put the button away. Instead, I placed it on the shelf beside the desk, in a spot I had been leaving empty without knowing why. It looked like it belonged there. It looked like it had always been meant to exist in that precise location, just as I seemed to have always been meant to exist in this house, arranging and rearranging myself in response to forces I did not fully understand and had stopped trying to resist. Life developed a rhythm after that. Not normal. Nothing about this place could ever be called normal, but sustainable. Structured, I maintained basic routines, eating meals that I prepared in a kitchen that remained stationary, sleeping when my body seemed to require it, moving through the house in ways that became increasingly familiar and therefore increasingly safe. But I also continued to write. Every day, I would sit at the desk in the library room and fill pages in the journal with observations, with ruminations, with accounts of small moments that had begun to feel significant simply because I had committed them to the page. The handwriting continued to blur. The voice in my head, when I read these entries aloud to the empty house, continued to sound less like me and more like a compilation of all the voices that had written in these journals before me. The house did not rearrange itself, and yet it changed continuously, not in the physical sense, but in the way it was perceived, in the way light moved through it, in the way sounds traveled down the hallways. I would pass a window and notice that the exterior landscape had shifted in some subtle way, not dramatically, but enough to confirm that time was still moving, that the world outside continued to exist and evolve, even though I seemed to have stepped slightly outside of it. Visitors did not come. I had not expected them to, but it was still worth noting. The isolation was not enforced, the doors remained unlocked, the paths to the outside world remained open, but something in me no longer desired exit. What I had once seen as entrapment had become something else, containment, perhaps, or custody. Care, taken from a distance. 3 weeks into the stillness, I was organizing the books in the library room, a voluntary arrangement, something I did to feel productive in a way that did not involve writing, when I found a photograph tucked between 2 volumes on the middle shelf. It was old, printed on the thick, slightly yellow paper of earlier decades. It showed a woman standing in front of this house, smiling at the camera with an expression that combined happiness and resignation in equal measure. She was wearing a navy blue dress. I studied her face, searching for features that might be familiar, but I could not determine if this was Elaine or someone else entirely. The photograph was old enough that the distinction might no longer matter. I kept the photograph on the desk, beside the button. These objects, a few pieces of fabric, captured moments, fragments of the history that lived in this house, seemed to be the only things being added to the space now. The house had stopped trying to communicate through rearrangement. It was simply marking, pointing, drawing attention to the continuity between what had come before and what was happening now. My handwriting began to change. I noticed it while writing and did not stop it. The letters became rounder, more fluid, more similar to the handwriting in Elaine's journals. My vocabulary shifted subtly. Words appeared in my entries that I had never consciously learned, but that seemed to originate from somewhere deep in the house's accumulated memory, transmitted through the pages of the red book, settled into my consciousness like sediment in still water. At night, I would lie in bed and listen to the house breathe around me. It was not an ominous sound. It was almost comforting, a low, settling quality that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves, from the accumulated weight of all the arrangements and rearrangements that had occurred within these spaces. I thought about the people who had lived here before me. I wondered if they had heard this same sound. I wondered if they had found it as peaceful as I did. And I thought about leaving, not obsessively, but with a kind of idle curiosity. I could at any moment gather my things and depart. The house would not prevent me. But what would I do with the knowledge I had acquired? How would I function in the outside world, knowing that the logic I had learned here, the logic of endless rearrangement, of acceptance, of becoming part of something larger than myself, was not applicable to ordinary existence? No, I would remain. Not because I was trapped, but because I had finally understood that being trapped and being chosen were not opposites. This was where I was supposed to be. This was what I had been brought here to participate in, not the solving of a mystery, but the perpetuation of it. The continuation of a pattern that had begun long before I arrived and would continue long after I left, if I left. The house had settled, but it was a deceptive kind of stillness. Beneath it, I could feel the slow movements of the presence, the quiet reshuffling of things in spaces I did not enter, the constant, gentle rearrangement of the life I had become part of. The presence had not abandoned me. It was simply waiting, as I was waiting, for the moment when I would need to be rearranged again, when the task would resume, when I would wake to find that everything had shifted by inches, and I would understand finally that this was not violation but integration, that I was becoming, slowly and inexorably, indistinguishable from the house itself. Until then, I wrote. I moved through the familiar hallways. I added to the accumulating pile of journals, each one pressing against the others like geological layers, building up the sediment of a life being lived in increments between stillness and motion. And on the shelf beside my desk, the button remained, small, blue, waiting, not for me to leave, simply waiting, the way all objects in this house were waiting for whatever arrangement came next.